Today we're going to be talking about unconditional love. Greetings, welcome all. We're going to be talking about unconditional love today. Welcome to the live. This should be a good live today. Thank you for coming. If you've gone ahead to guest request to come up and share an experience about your paranormal, extraterrestrial, and spiritual, feel free to do that. I'm just sharing the live as I hope everybody else would. Share the live and feel inspired to like and share, and we'll see where it goes. Today we're going to be talking about spiritual stuff, and we're talking about unconditional love. That's going to be the topic for today, but we're going to start out with people wanting to share their stories and their experiences. Paranormal, extraterrestrial, or paranormal. If you'd like to share that, please hit the guest request to come up. This is a safe space for everybody. This should be an interesting live when we talk about unconditional love and all kinds of love. Sometimes love gets misinterpreted. And we're going to be talking about High River. We talks about all kinds of love. Of course, honey's out to dinner. If somebody wouldn't mind sending Diana a share. I've sent her one. She says she can't find it. Who knows why? TikTok wants to play with the algorithms like usual. Which I'm not surprised. Please hit the guest request if you have a experience you want to share. Paranormal, spiritual, extraterrestrial. You want to share them, please come up in the box. And that'll be the main topic. Will be about hello, Celestial Council. Welcome to the live. And whoever sent a donut early, thank you. I can't find her either. Normally I wouldn't do a live today, but it seems more and more I'm doing more lives. Maybe that's what I need to do. Start doing more lives. It's probably going to increase more lives during the week. As I move into another realm of existence, I might be on lives more. You never know. See where the universe takes me. It all depends. Because I have a different experience of where I am, so that might cause me to have more lives. If you'd want to hit the guest request, come up and share an experience. Thank you for the gifts, and that's much appreciated. Hey, 303 on the likes, that's cool. Likes and shares and donating help the algorithm. I'm just waiting for more people to show up. Anybody wants to come up in the box, let me know. And we're gonna have to do a little adjusting in the we're gonna have to do a little adjusting when we get in the boxes from now on. I've noticed there's a lot of people that are deaf and they'd like to hear the message. So what we're gonna have to do from now on is try not to talk over each other when we're in the box and try not to interrupt anybody. Because I've noticed in the last 3 lives, and I've got messages about it, that a lot of people are deaf and they like to come in and watch the lives, but their translator can't pick it up because people are talking over everybody and it messes up the message for them. So if it wouldn't be a problem, we don't try not to talk over each other. Like, we go down the line and speak. You know, sometimes it's okay to have a discussion, but just keep in mind that we have some people that use voice to text, and when you have a bunch of people talking, they're not getting a complete message and they get frustrated and leave. I just thought I'd make you aware of that.
The interrupting's gotten bad.
Yes, a lot of it has, and like I was telling Sonia earlier today, that I've had 2 or 3 people, like William yesterday. He said he had he had a hard time understanding the message because people were over talking on each other, and everybody didn't, mute their mics, and it really made the message, hard. And I noticed a few people that I know from other lives that use the voice to text. And it really makes it sad because I haven't seen them come back in here since then. So we gotta try to have an organization of when we're trying to speak, And I felt really bad because I really wanted to talk to William, and William, I needed some help, and I couldn't help him because I was trying to speak and everybody was talking over. I know sometimes it's hard to hear when somebody else is talking because, the technology and the way this is. So we have to keep in mind, and that there is other people. Some are deaf, some are blind, and we have to keep that in mind too. They also use, technology and like to hear messages. We have to keep that in mind too. I'm just asking if we can try to go in order. And when you're not speaking, if you can mute your mic. And it's okay if sometimes we talk over each other, because, that's what we're talking about. Just general, let's try not to do that as much. And we have to pay attention to the comments. There's a lot of people that need help that can't come in the box, so we have to think of them too. Because it's not just my life, it's you guys' life, We have to be considerate of all of them. They come in here and they want to share and listen to the message, and it's very hard for them to understand what's going on. Now, that was a friendly sponsor thing, so so if you wouldn't mind, hit the likes and the shares. That'd be cool. If you want to donate, that's even better, because the donation will help me. Yeah, William was the night before, and before that, there was a girl named Kathy. She was trying to speak, and she said she used voice to text, and she couldn't hear either. And then I got a message from somebody called Ironside, and he said that he was blind and he couldn't read, and he said he couldn't really hear because everybody was talking over each other. I thought I was your favorite person to listen to. You're gonna make me jealous. I'm just messing with you.
If I can get my phone to work. I was bummed out last night because you weren't live, and I wanted you to be live and talk to my people. And I didn't see you until like 4 o'clock this morning when I was fixing to go to bed. So then it ended up being, 7 o'clock this morning before I went to bed?
No, you went to sleep at 8 my time.
So that was
And
7 my
I have
time.
I have no idea when you woke me up.
I didn't wake you up.
Somebody did. I heard a dinging down, and it was dinging somewhere.
Maybe it was all my thinking about Brum's not live tonight. Brr.
I don't know. My freaking thing kept dinging all damn night. And I kept waking up and having weird dreams.
I have a question for
Okay.
you and Sonia. I mentioned it to Honey, and I've been texting on and off during her trip, and I mentioned to her how, I found out about I always believed in reincarnation once I pushed away the way I was raised. But the ET thing is new to me. And, April and Commander have been saying, about 1.5 years to open contact. And that, I guess I thought that we would start our new world kind of then. And our ascension isn't on a timetable, but I want to know at what point in time can our dragons be manifest physically, and our wolves and those things. When can the magical creatures come out to play?
Well, there was a lot there. First, the ascension is going to happen somewhere in 2029 when you're going to have full contact. So I don't know where they're getting their information, but that's on their side of the fence. But I know we're going to have contact within anywhere from 2027 to 2029. There's going to be an ascension, and right about the ascension, probably about the third wave, a lot of like people that are dragons are going to manifest into dragons then, and they're on the third wave of ascensions. A lot of us are not going to just go right up, like the Christians and the spiritual people go up. They get sucked up in like it looks like um, a tractor beam kind of thing. That's what that's going to do for them. The second wave is going to be ships are going to come down and pick them up. On the third wave, it's going to be much different. See, on the third wave, are the last of the spiritual beings that are down here that's helping the rest of the lost. You're going to send a pulse across the planet, and what's going to happen is a lot of the people that are down here that are Palladian, Dragon, and whatever, even some of the animals, they're going to hit that pulse. That pulse is going to stream across the planet, and they're going to transform into their beings. And then the crystalline ships are going to come down and pick them up and bring them to their ships. And then after when we talk about the dragons coming on Earth, you'll be able to see them up there. But when Earth is reincarnated, you'll be able to walk on the Earth with all the planets, with all the other planetoid beings and familiars that are actually here and stuff like that. Nothing will be hidden. Nothing will be hidden from the naked eye. You will see every single being on the planet and what's really out there and what it really looks like and what beautiful marvels that are actually here, because your eye is only open a certain way and you're only seeing a certain way of light, and they bend that light so you can't see certain things. If you knew what Earth has in the skies, you'd be surprised. There's a lot of things that you don't know, and that in turn realizes that once the veil is lifted, you'll be able to see floating islands. You'll be able to see something like Pangea. You'll be able to see an Earth like that. But that's only when the Earth has been reformed. If that answers your question.
What happens if we die first?
What do you mean die?
Well,
Before the ascension?
if my physical body dies first.
If your physical body passes on, you can't say die, unalive. If your physical body unalives before the ascension, your body will just wait until whatever part of the ascension it is, and it'll rise up out of the ground. All of those beings that are there, they're not in heaven, they're not in heck. What they are is they're in a place called paradise, and that states it in the Bible and in other cultures. Some call it the Elysian Fields, some call it paradise, some call it purgatory, some call it the fields of dreams. But your soul's resting in that area, meeting with other souls, and just having a time experiencing that. But when that trumpet sounds and all the ships come down and pull you up from that ascension, you're going to go back into your human husk and body, and you're going to go up and you're going to transfigure and transmute yourself into your spiritual body. And when you go on those ships and you go to that heaven, that's when you're going to get your new name and your new body. And that's for the first two waves.
So, where will
Go ahead.
so I won't go to paradise. I'm just gonna lay in a grave, or I'm gonna be cremated.
No. You're even if you're cremated and your ashes are spread across the ocean or whatever you desire to happen to your human husk shell, you're still going to be in that paradise
Was
waiting.
And I'll have my wolf and my dragon with me.
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
And the only time
so
you will go to heaven or hell is after the Great War, after the thousand-year reign, when Earth has been remade. There's um, there's something called like the Book of Life, and that is there and tells you if you're going to the other dimension, where people want to say hell, but it's really another dimension of darkness where all of the people that refuse to listen are going to go. They're going to go to that realm, that dimension. They're going to have their own dimension where it's going to be called the dark dimension. They're going to go there and they can do whatever the heck they want to each other because there won't be none of our concern because they're not going to be able to come back to this realm.
They will be able to ascend with time, won't they?
If they're evil,
Oh, well, I mean, not if they're
no,
if
from
evil.
they're
my
if they're evil, they're going to be in a dark dimension. They're going to do whatever they want in that dark dimension. That's their own. They created their own hell, and they're going to live in that.
yeah, and from my understanding in that aspect, from what I've seen
But
in that
and,
regards, hell is actually in their own mind where they're at. Like it's
and
not
act
like go ahead.
and actually, the Bible and these Christians and these spiritual leaders and these religious people don't want to really tell you the truth. Now, here's really the bare bottom truth. Their little book tells you the same thing, and so does it in other cultures, that when there's the thousand-year reign, that all of the okay, you know when they say there's something about the second coming and all the ascension, and everybody asks, well, what happens to the people that do evil? They're still going to be in this purgatory place where the bad people go. And then once when Jesus, it talks about Jesus in the holy city coming down, and he's going to reign for 1,000 years. All of those people that are in that purgatory are going to have a second chance to live. Because if they don't get that chance to live, and they go directly to HE hockey sticks there, then they can easily say to the creator, well, you made Satan do this to us, you know? You caused this, you allowed Satan to do this to us. So in order for him to combat that, he's going to release them on the earth. He's going to throw Satan and the Antichrist into an abyss. For 1,000 years, the earth is going to have spiritual beings ruling the planet with no Satan in charge. And then if people decide they didn't want to change, then it's on them. So when they get up to that throne judgment and they say, well, you told Satan to do this to me, you allowed him to. They say, no, 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 buddy. We gave you the chance. Satan's been in the abyss this whole time. He's not affecting you. Whatever you're doing, it's on you. You have to take responsibility for your actions. We gave you 1,000 years to fix that, and you chose not to. So it's on you. And then if they still don't want to agree, and they still don't want to be the high vibrational spiritual being, they're going to be put in the other realm. But that's after the Great War.
So you asked me to, and honestly, the only thing that because I'm not gonna just say what I've heard other people say. I'm just gonna let you know what I've seen myself. Um, I've had visions of my dragon bursting out of my body here on Earth. I've had visions of leaving, but I've had visions of seeing all the fighting and a bunch of stuff I won't say here, but yeah, and I believe that's after the second wave. Does that make sense? So after the second wave, I've had visions of that. I've had visions of seeing all different kinds of beings on this earth. And lots of fighting going on before I ascend. So, and then the Great War thing, I've seen stuff like that, and the angels, and I'm there too. So I'm not sure why I'm seeing myself there, but not real excited about that. So as far as changing, that's seeing our dragons and seeing the wolves. I'm not sure about the whole wolf thing. I see wolves. I have a white wolf and a black panther that I see. But I mean, I see those in my dreams all the time. They're like guardians. I don't know if I'll see those or not because I haven't had any visions of seeing those.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what that's about. Yet. Yeah, yet.
Well, I want my wolf to be. I want both my dragon and my wolf to be with me, and I hope all that fighting stuff happens after the second wave. I don't want to be here for that.
Well, when the tribulation happens, it's going to be wars. Within the 7-year tribulation, from the year 2022 until the year 2029, it's a 7-year tribulation. You're gonna be a part of seeing some of it, not all of it, because many cultures, even that book, states that a lot of Christians will see this. They will witness it. They will even see the Antichrist, but we won't know who he is until after a lot of the ascensions happen. Once the ascensions happen, then he will come out and he will make it public that he is the Antichrist. And that's cool that you've seen glimpses of your higher self. That's very awesome. A lot of people don't see that. Have you tried to resonate with that, Iron? Look within yourself. Speak to him more. But
I need to clarify. Go ahead.
Sure.
I'll wait till you're done. Go ahead.
Sure, I was just reading, he looks like the Hulk. But yeah, here, you can go.
So on the clarification, like when she asked about when she lives, in that story that you call, I'm assuming that has to do with like human and angelic. Well, I don't know about angelic souls, human souls. Because I know, like, with a friend of mine, her mom was Palladian, and she's up on a ship after she passed. She went right back. So that what you're talking about is just for, like, the human souls. Galactic souls is different.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, so, and we know I'm a galactic soul. Mm-hmm. So when I pass, then I would go to the Hawthorne?
No, not necessarily.
I go to paradise with my animals?
No. What now? For the spatial beings, when you pass on, you go back to, I call it Eve, which is a ship that has cryogenic chambers with our original bodies in it. You will go back to that ship and you will resonate with your body. You will walk around and first you will wake up in your original body, and and it could be any form. Who knows what it is? Only you would know. When you appear back in your original body on Eve, you're woken up. You are for about 3 weeks. You resonate and you think about your time on Earth, and you think about it if you want to go back or not. If you decide to go back, then you write another contract or you're making another agreement and you come back down. You go back in the chamber and you come back down. But if you choose not to do that, you could choose to go in the chamber or go to another school and live a life there, which that means that you would probably teleport or take a ship to another school, go into their ship that's called Eve. Your body will rest there, and then you go down, you experience that life there, and come back up. Or, you could just say, hey, I don't want to go to any more schools. I just want to hang around up here for a bit, up in this ship, and help people out that way. Does that make any sense?
Yeah. I don't want to come back and forget again.
And
Well,
a lot
from
of
my
people have
understanding,
that.
from my understanding, coming back to Earth is done for quite a long time. So there won't be no coming back here, from what I've understood,
But yet
until after
babies are
until
still
after
being
New
born.
Yes.
I'm talking like after this.
Okay. So after the ascension, there's no more coming back to Earth.
Right.
Now,
That
at
was, yeah.
when the new Earth, we can't come back to the new Earth.
You can come back to the New Earth if you choose to.
Well, I was under the impression we could go anywhere we wanted. Like, say I wanted to go to my home world,
You can
but
do
I
that.
wanted to visit Earth and see what had happened and all that,
Hmm.
or and go back to my home world,
You can do
right?
that. You know why? Because you have that free will.
And all I have to do is think about it, that I want to go
Yeah.
there, and I'll be there, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I thought, it's good.
And you got to keep in mind too, and a lot of people don't realize this. Some of these planets do not have the technology to just make you appear there. Sometimes you might have to take a ship. Sometimes you might have to teleport. Sometimes you might have to get flash there. Sometimes you might have to take a Stargate. Not every planet is so super technology where they can just whip you across the universe in a heartbeat. People don't understand that either. They say, oh, well, I'm going to go back to my homeworld, and it's going to be a magical place, where you don't realize that sometimes some of them planets don't have the technology to do that, even though they might be advanced. But you also got to keep in mind that some of the technologies, some of the worlds don't allow. Some of them might not allow. Like, say, for instance, the Palladians, they might not like to be teleported. And it's just an analogy. Say they don't like to be teleported, so they're going to have to take a ship down to the surface. You know what I'm saying? Kind of like Dr. McCoy in Star Trek. He hated being teleported, so we would always take a shuttle down to that planet.
Oh,
It's kind of like that.
remember that. That's funny.
And it's kind of like that. A lot of planets don't have the technology. Some beings don't like to do certain things and want to take part in that. Like some might not like to use stargates, kind of like that. It's all in what your race of being you are and what you decide to do. It's your free will. But I was just clarifying that a lot of they're just not going to go, well, I'm going to be on Cucamonga planet. Let me close my eyes and pop there. Sometimes you might be able to do that, but in some cultures, some beings just don't have that technology, or that kind of power. People got to take in mind that every being is unique, just like Earth. You get different kind of humans on Earth. It's the same thing as space. There's separate kinds of beings in space. Not everybody. When you say Palladian, you're labeling a whole solar system. It's like them labeling Earth. You're an Earthling. Well, what kind of Earthling am I? Am I a brown Earthling, a black Earthling, a white Earthling, an Asian Earthling? Exactly like that. They're naming a whole race of beings. They're all separate, but they come from the same place.
Right, like Lyrans are a perfect example of that. There's a
Yes.
lot of Lyrans.
There, keep going, Sonia. I could barely hear you.
I said like Lyrans, you know, a lot of people talk about Lyrans, but Lyrans is a huge umbrella term for a lot of different species. You know, I've seen on TikTok when they talk about Lyrans, they always think they're like lion or cat people, but it's not. They're a ton of different types of beings that are species. It's like many different species that are Lyrans because they're from Lyra, or we're from Lyra. You know,
Yeah, it's interesting.
I gotta say we're from Lyra, but just because they don't all look the same, you know, there's many different.
And you know your planet. Do you remember it?
Bits and pieces, yes. I've seen it, visions of it, yes. Yeah. The area that I lived in was very mountainous. There were caves, beautiful, like almost like closest thing I can say would be like the Amazon rainforest, I guess, but
Mm-hmm.
mountainous. Very, very colorful, more vibrant than colors here. But there is also another area because I remember flying. I was flying around the planet, but there's also like a desert area, and there were domes there, and like big domes, smaller domes all over the place, and they were all attached by these smaller like where they could travel from one dome to the other. And the impression that I got was those people were not from my planet, and they could not live outside the domes, and they were relocated because they couldn't live on their planet anymore. It was destroyed or something. I'm not exactly sure what that was about, but it was like a safe haven that was created for those people. Or beings, I should say. I don't know what the beings were. I didn't see the beings. I just remember seeing it when I was flying across it. So there was very mountainous terrain, very tropical area, but there was also like a desert area on the planet. And I also seen the out. I like before I was flying around the planet. The planet itself kind of looked like Jupiter, but it wasn't Jupiter. The first time I seen it, it looked a lot like, you know, when you see the CGI images of Jupiter, it looked a lot like that.
Yeah. Now,
Yeah, I
I live, my people are from the Seven Sisters or something near the Palladians. Is that right, Paul?
Yes, you're a group of beings that come from the Palladian star system, and it's from one of the planets in the Palladian star system.
But
Um,
I'm not Palladian.
you're Palladian because you're from that star system.
Oh,
You're just a different kind of Palladian.
oh, okay. Oh, okay. I never knew that part. That I would be considered Pleiadian, but I'm not. That's not my species. Is that?
Right.
like I said with the Lyrans, everybody assumes Lyrans are cat people, but they're not. Just cat, there's all kinds of different Lyrans. You know what I mean? It's the same thing.
It's so
Does that
interesting.
make sense?
Yeah, I'm really anxious. I really I I'm done here. You know what
I can feel it.
in a way, I'm
You're
so
going to be.
ready. But I think that's part of, this lifetime has been pretty exhausting. Maybe as I feel better, I'll be more into it. But the last year and a half, I haven't had much fun. But although I've loved my life and I've had a lot of really wonderful things, it's been a really hard life, and I'm ready to move on in a way. Sort of, kind of. I
Yeah.
I'm ready
Oh,
for
I
the
know
magical
exactly what you
beings
mean.
to be out. I'm ready. This stuff that's going to happen is like my fantasy world come true. So I'm ready for it. I don't want to have to wait 10 or 12 years.
It won't be that long.
Well, and the thing is, you don't understand. I think he touched base on this. Is there already all kinds of stuff around this planet that you just can't see? There's ships and beings.
I
There's
know
ships,
that. I've seen,
dimensional.
sorry, go ahead.
You know, but I mean, like you said, you've seen that shadow in your house. You know, but if you could really open your eye and see beyond the veil, you'd be probably shocked at how many what people would call mythical beings you might see. You know what I'm saying? Like you want to see a
Definitely.
dragon.
Yeah.
I couldn't see her, but I've had a dragon almost knock my damn porch off. So, you know, um,
And
they're here.
it's kind of like
They're
I
from
said,
here.
they're already here, but you can't see them because you're not at that vibration.
Right. And I know we're surrounded by ships. I mean,
We're surrounded by more than
there's
that.
so many ships already here. What?
You're surrounded by more than that.
It's more than
You know
that.
what you know what a lot of spatial beings said? Honestly, when I was on the Galactic Federation ship, you know what they said? They said, "You humans are sometimes foolish. You guys have the most beautiful planet ever. They only would dream to have the planet we have. If you've seen it in all of its glory, you would come down here and kick every human's butt that had something to do with messing this planet up. If you actually seen it through their eyes and see it from up there and looked at the true light of what Earth really looks like. Because Earth is one of the most beautiful planets. I've seen multi-planets. They don't look nothing like Earth. Honey even said that some of the alien beings that she spoke to through Cryon has seen and spoke to, something about Cryon, that they even admire and want to hang out on Earth. And they said it's very lucky that an extinct race of beings got an exceptionally beautiful world to live in. That's why we should, spend more time with Gaia, and not give everything. Whenever we have negative energy, everybody's always, look, give it to Gaia, give it to Gaia, give it to Gaia. Well, that's the old way, okay? What you need to do now is don't give it to Gaia, give Gaia your good energy. Take that negative energy, ball it up, and throw it into the universe, throw it into Source, so Gaia doesn't have to take it. She's already taking enough for so long. It's
Yeah.
time for us to be the high vibrational being and stand up and do the right thing. And that is not keep passing the blame and expecting others to do it for us when we can do it ourselves. You know, when you
That's
have a
why.
child,
That's
you have
why
a
I.
child. Okay, hold on. When you have a child and your child is old enough to eat, are you going to sit there and keep spoon feeding your child, or are you going to say, "Hey, you're a big girl, or you're a big boy. You can eat yourself," and then they start eating themselves? That's what we need to do. We need to be that big boy and girl, put our big panties on, and our big boy shorts on, and stand up and be the high vibrational being we are. Means we have to take responsibility for our actions. For every action, there's a reaction, and we have to take responsibility for that. Instead of passing and giving all this negative energy to a nice and wonderful planet, we can send it to the universe. Thus, Gaia can ascend and will keep on ascending, and she will be the most beautiful planet in the universe. She's already beautiful. We just can't see it because we're looking at this with human eyes, and we can't see through the veil. That's why many people say, "Well, I can't see a ghost. Can't see the dragon. I can't see this. I can't see that." It's because we're all uniquely made, and we all see things from a different perspective. But at the end of the day, this planet is the most beautiful planet ever. There is all the other planets around the Earth. There's tons of ships. There's even floating islands in the sky with cities on it. You just don't know how beautiful this planet really is.
Well, I have a pretty good. I mean, I already think the Earth is gorgeous. I love the Earth. You've heard me say this a million times, probably, that I can't imagine wanting to live on another planet. That because I love Earth. That's why I want the Earth to evolve and me to evolve, go with it. I want to fly around on my dragon here.
And we probably could if you were at a higher vibration, you probably could. The angels, and the spiritual beings walk around us every day. We just can't see them because you've
And
been
another thing
programmed to
I'd like to
follow a
point
certain way.
Another thing too, and I think most people don't realize this, is there were beings on this earth before we came here. Um, a lot of people will see certain beings and think they're extraterrestrial, and they're not. If they've lived on this planet, have been on this planet long before we were. You know, and a lot of them moved to inner Earth because of how destructive humans are
I
and
was gonna
how
say, Mel,
intolerant.
I don't want to go to detention.
You know, because humans, if they fear something, they destroy it. You know, just because it looks different or it looks monstrous, and you know, just because of the way it may look. And it's funny because one of the things I see, you see in religion how they portray Satan and Lucifer and all this, and how monstrous they look and stuff. They're actually extremely beautiful. Extremely beautiful. They don't look. He don't look like a red devil with horns. You know. Um, so, and I've told a friend of mine, just because they're beautiful doesn't mean they're all love and light. That's why
Mm-hmm.
you got to make sure your energy is up, your frequency is up, because
Right.
you don't go by what somebody looks like, you go by what they feel like. That will tell you what type of people they are or being. And,
Absolutely.
because I've met some what society would consider very beautiful people, and they were the ugliest people to me I've ever met in my life. Once
Mm-hmm.
you feel their energy, it changes,
Mm-hmm.
So, but just because something's different and they fear it, that's been the problem with humanity. When they see something and they fear it, what's the first thing they do?
Want to destroy it. Kill it.
Yep.
Yep.
And that being could be the most benevolent, loving being they've ever encountered, but
Mm-hmm.
just because they don't like the way it looks,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
and it scared them. And so that's why there's many living in inner earth, and some live in the oceans and caves and mountain.
Yep.
And if I was them, I wouldn't come out neither. You know?
Absolutely.
Paul gave us a new set of rules.
Okay, so
What's that?
Paul?
I said that from now on, because I've been getting a lot of messages that we've been getting people in here that use voice to text. Either they're blind or they're deaf, and they want to get the message too, but they can't get it because a lot of us are over talking each other. So we're going to have to try to do. I mean, it happens occasionally, but we're going to try not to talk over each other because I feel bad because William was in a live the other day and he wanted to hear the message, but he couldn't hear it because 3 people were talking over each other. And I'm here to help everybody, and I have to think of them too. And I feel really bad that that happened. And I've gotten messages, and that's why some of the people don't come in, is because we're over talking each other, and they can't really understand the message. They come in to hear blah 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 blah, and you can't hear nothing. So I just think we kind of a thing that we try not to do it as much, because I do it too. And that was kind of a learning lesson for me because I knew it was going to come up eventually. But when I seen William down there in the last live, I kind of went, ugh. And I felt really bad. So I think that should be something we should try not to do, talk over each other. That was the rule.
I agree 100%.
As Mel goes mute.
What?
Huh? What? What? Huh?
What? Huh?
Huh?
Me?
What?
I totally get it. I totally get it.
Because like I was saying, there was Kathy with William yet 2 days ago in the last live. And then about 4 days ago, there was a Kathy in here. And then there was another one in here that one of them sent me a text, go, well, I'm going to have a live of people over talking to each other. I just couldn't hear nothing. I'm like, well, hello, Yeshua. But today's topic is going to be about unconditional love. We were just answering, talking about River's question. But the essential topic today is going to be unconditional love. And how many different kinds of love there is, and what is really unconditional love. That's generally the topic.
I'm trying to learn to love unconditionally, but I, I love my children unconditionally. I think I've loved my animals unconditionally, my pets. And spouses, not so much. There's conditions. I love you. I mean, it's like I'm divorced. I love him. So I love him unconditionally, but I won't stay married to him unconditionally. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Unconditional love to me is we love people no matter what and who they are. We can love them from afar. It doesn't mean that I love them so much that they can live in my house and drive me crazy. No, we can still love them. We can love them from a distance too. And there's many kinds of love, you know. There's, a spiritual love that some people interpret love in many different aspects. Just because somebody's nice and they're talking to you, some people might take that as, oh, he's interested in me. He wants me or she wants me because she's paying me attention. And they take that and they misinterpret that as a desire to have them intimately and stuff like that, when it's really not. You have to pay attention and love everybody unconditionally, but you also have to realize that just because you're coming into this spiritual awakening, a lot of people don't feel they're in the right space and it might be taken advantage of. So you have to keep that in mind that some people might perceive your actions of love as much more than it really is. And it's more of a spiritual love, not an intimate love. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And there's different kinds of love. There's eros, which is more erotic, and more of a romantic love.
No,
There's
we're,
agape.
we're n- no, we're not, Mel. But still, you have to think too that some people. That's why I'm trying to make it aware and talk to people about the certain kinds of love. We're not responsible for their emotional issues, but they do have to understand that there's certain kinds of love, and you don't want to be a spiritual person, and you're speaking to somebody, and on the other side of the coin, this person goes, "Oh my God, that guy really loves me," and they get into with their thoughts and all this and that, and then when they find out it's just I love you like a relationship brother kind of thing, they get all mad about it. That's why I'm trying to get this out there in the open now that there's different kinds of love, and people don't understand that. You know, I don't know if I'm wording it right. Yeah,
No,
I'm
I
kind of
think
new at this.
here. Let me take over for a minute. So, like for an example, something I've noticed, especially in the spiritual community, and I'm not accusing Paul of this at all. I don't believe he does this, but I've seen situations where, when people are first coming into their awakening, um, and I'd have to say, especially females, and I hate calling us out on that, but when you've been going through so much crap and you've been depressed, you're going through your shadow work and all that kind of stuff, and you're just figuring out what the spiritual awakening is about, and you've been in bad relationships and you treated badly, and you start following people getting in lives, and you start, you know there are some creators, some spiritual people that I've seen take advantage of that situation where, you know, as a newly awakened person, because they felt all this terrible stuff, and then the spiritual guide gives them that attention and it makes them feel good. Well, if they're a decent spiritual person, they'll set those boundaries. But there are some out there also that take advantage of that situation, taking advantage of the people that are following them, and they're getting them to give him money and this and that and other favors that I won't speak about. So I don't know if we can say those things on here.
They're preying on their
So
weakness.
so I try to pay attention to that if I see it, but I think that's what he's talking about. Is that kind of what you're talking about?
Yes, yes, exactly.
But it can be a flip of the coin too, where you got a good mentor that's being, you know, they love you unconditionally and they will do everything to help you. And if that person is vulnerable still, because you are very vulnerable a lot of times when you're first waking up, when you first start going through your spiritual awakening, and they can misconstrue that. And if they've had nobody pay any attention to them, and life's been crappy, the men they've dated has been crappy, and they've been abused or different things, when you get a mentor, whether it's male, female, however, whatever sexuality you want to go with, sometimes they can misconstrue that unconditional love. So I think that's kind of how he's trying to explain this. That's what I'm getting anyway.
Yes,
Yeah,
it
I
is.
get that.
Yes.
They're kind of a transference, like you can have with a doctor or a psychologist or psychiatrist, or that they're helping you, and then you idolize them or whatever. I talk to a lot of people. I don't have just one. I listen to lots of different people. I have multiple mentors. You know, Sonia's a mentor. Mel's a mentor. Brim's a mentor. Honey's a mentor. Yaya's a mentor. Siloanthius is a mentor. You know what I mean? It's like all of my spiritual friends, I learned something from everyone.
Right, and we do you too. It goes both ways. That's what we're here for each other. But there's something that, for me personally, for unconditional love, I learned, and it took me a little bit to figure out unconditional love, like you were saying. Um, I actually really understand what it is now, but I didn't until I went through that dark shadow work, soul stuff, where, I that did terrible things to me, and I didn't forgive them to their face, but I forgave them for myself. And the hardest forgiveness I did was with myself, forgiving myself for a lot of things that, we all do stupid things. And that's just part of doing this human experience. But there were things that I had to forgive myself for. And that took me forever. That was the hardest one for me. But once I did, it was like the understanding of unconditional love really kicked in. After you forgive all the things that have transpired in your life and you move on and you find that peace. And it's kind of like I told my kids, you know, I love you. I love you unconditionally. I always love you. That doesn't mean I have to like you all the time because of something that you might have done, but I still love you. And so it's just a matter of, and I tell people I love them. Like you, Susan, I love you to death. I think you are just the most beautiful person, one of the most beautiful people I've ever met. There's a lot of things I'm sure on a personal level we wouldn't agree on a lot of things, but that doesn't matter because I know you're a beautiful person and I still love you anyway, and I can be the best of friends with you because that stuff don't matter. What matters is being able to help each other and unite and be together as friends. Does that make sense? Hello? She's not speaking to me. She's trying to talking thing. So, unless she can't hear, because I keep losing my connection too. So, but does that make sense, everybody?
Totally.
Yeah, totally makes sense.
What happened to Suzanne?
I think the mics on and off is if we keep an eye on our mics, whether they're on or off, will tell us whether we're done talking or not. So I said my piece, and I don't know where Suzanne went, but I'm done.
I think Suzanne's having trouble.
I hope so. It was his
She
problem.
just popped off. She's gone.
Well, the screen is black for me, and I keep hearing like robot noises instead of voices, and the connection isn't good, and that might be why.
Possibly.
But that's kind of what I was trying to
I
say.
hope so.
Well, there are those who deliberately prey on people who are vulnerable. And like you
I'm going to
said,
say the words that somebody else said. And I heard this, and when I heard him say that, it really infuriated me, and I said, peace out. He said to me, you know, you're a spiritual person. You think you're worried about love and XCX now, because, well, when you become a spiritual person, women will do anything for you. And I thought, what kind of scumbag would say that? That's exactly my thought. What kind of scumbag would say something like that? And I was like, I can't be a part of this. I can't say online because I'm not going to put that out there. I'm not putting that out in the universe because I don't want to hear backlash from it. But a lot of you know who I'm talking about. I don't even have to say it.
I think I know. If it's on TikTok, there's two of them that I know of that I think.
And I just, the minute I heard that, I was kind of like, you're a scumbag. I thought you're nasty. And I was like, I'm not going to take advantage of anybody. I am not that kind of person. I've had people take advantage of me all my life. And I'm not that kind of person. And it kind of made me like, oh, you're nasty. You're repulsive, you know?
Well, you guys are my friends.
Of
And
course
like, if
we
you
are.
came on to me, Paul, I would look at you like, what? You know what I mean? Like, dude, come on, we're friends. No offense.
Right?
I don't know. With you guys, it would like, y'all are family to me.
Exactly.
So it would just be weird or wrong.
It would be creepy.
It's
It
a
would
good
just
thing my
be
mic is
icky.
good because I keep giggling.
It'd be creepy. And the last thing I'd
Not
want to
with
hear is,
me.
the last thing I'd want to
Yep.
hear is,
You know.
"Oh, Daddy." I'd be like, "No,
Oh God.
no."
Oh God.
That's
But you know, people are like,
and now it's Kai's turn.
like sometimes
You might have to drop
they
down
take
and
it
come
wrong.
back
You know
up.
what I'm saying? So me,
Yeah, yeah,
You were
'cause you
chopping
keep.
up. We couldn't hear you.
can you hear me now? Can you hear me
Yes.
now?
Yes.
I
Hi,
was
Trina.
saying
I can
what I
hear
was
you when the
saying is
rain is coming.
I tell people I love them all the time, you know, but other people that don't know us that are in the family, like if I say Susan or Mel, I love you so much, you know, they don't think nothing of it. But if I say it to Paul or another guy that's within the family, then they're like, what's going on there? They don't understand that I love you all the same. You know what I mean? Yeah, I've had
Exactly.
that question come up.
It's
And
it's like,
that would be
yeah.
Honey's saying discernment.
I there are a couple of guys that I tell that I love them, that I love them dearly, but it's definitely agape love. And you know,
Well, with me individually, most of y'all are younger than me, and I feel like a mother or grandmother or auntie, to you guys, 'cause
And
I'm
how old are you?
63. I'm 63, so
You're 63?
yes, I'm not looking for a boyfriend.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. I was born in 1961, baby.
well,
I'm
I've got a
63 years old.
What?
boyfriend, and he's 24, no, 23 years younger than me.
Oh, God
You're,
bless you, honey.
you're
No,
61.
thank you. I'm 63. Yep.
No way.
Yes, I am. I
You are
promise you.
gorgeous.
Hi guys.
Hi, Sharon.
You are gorgeous, Mel.
Oh, well,
Mel,
thank you,
I saw
sweetheart.
it. You were like 25, 30.
No, son, you need some glasses.
I
you,
gotta
you,
go get my
you,
glasses then.
you,
Oh my
you,
God.
Well,
my
we
God,
know that
you
Paul
definitely,
doesn't pay attention because I've heard you say your age sitting in that box multiple times. So Paul
yeah, y'all need to pay attention.
he had his idea of how old you were and just never listened to you say it.
Yeah,
Well, Brim's probably been out most of
Yeah,
the time too. Hello, Sharon.
I must
but
say
I tell people I
she
love them
looks
all the
great.
time. I'm sorry,
I
I'm
mean, even
interrupting.
if you were 40, you
But I tell people I love them all the time
beautiful.
because it's easy to love people. It's as easy to love people as it is to hate people. If you can hate people
It's
for no reason, I can love people for no reason. You know what I'm saying? I just love everybody.
63.
Yeah, 63.
63? You
Yep.
got to be shit.
I'm old enough to be your grandma, baby.
Paul. You
I'm
blew
not
his
damn.
mind.
63 miles.
Sonia was trying to say something.
I think that's people.
It's cutting
So,
out really
you know
bad,
what I
Sonya.
mean? Like most people don't believe me. Ah.
I'm 66.
Wow. Well, I thought you might have been in like your 45, 50. But no, Mel just blew me away. No way.
Me?
I honestly thought Mel was like in her 30s. What the frig?
Well, I act like I'm in my teens, so let's split the difference. I act like I'm a kid, so yeah.
Wow.
Oh yeah, I agree, Bean. It is definitely easier to hate than love. That's the reason why I have to love everyone. I push that out on myself. I love you, even if you're a terrible person, and you're horrible to me. I love you. I don't want you around me, but I love you. Goodbye. You know.
Yeah, I've always liked the unconditional love, and I've always looked at it, I love everybody, but sometimes I don't like their actions, so I hate their actions. But I essentially love everybody.
Well, I
Right.
definitely have some work to do in that area because there are some people that I don't like, and I am actively trying not to literally hate them because I hate I hate what they do so vehemently. I think their soul is as dark as the darkest night.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
so I don't know how to love them, but
No.
right now I'm just trying not to hate them. But I really do hate their actions. I hate everything about that. I don't like saying that word. I don't like feeling that way. I I don't know how to forgive them yet. And I know it's something I
It's
need to
about
work on.
it's about just accepting people for who they are and moving on if they're not your cup of tea. Like
Yep.
for me, a lot of times I like puzzles, so I always try to understand why. Like that saying everybody's fighting a battle you know nothing about is really true, right? Again, there are just darker people, the dark's more prevalent, they made that choice. But for me, I just accept everybody, and if they're not my cup of tea or they don't make me feel good when I'm around them, I just don't engage with them and I move on. Like they don't hold space in my head,
Yeah,
you
because
know?
if they hold that space in your head and you
You
start
give
thinking
them all the
negative,
power. You give them all the
yeah.
power
Exactly.
that way. But if you just accept them for who they are, because, you know, like me, everything I do comes 150% from good intentions, but it doesn't always work out that way.
Yeah.
So, but some people are just, everybody's different. And if they're not your cup of tea, don't let them occupy that much space in your head. Accept them for who they are and move on. Bye bye.
I'm
Yep.
with you there, Bean. I am.
100%.
I think that everybody. I mean, call this naive or whatever, but I really believe that everybody is doing the best they can with the tools in their toolbox, and they might be
Absolutely.
missing tools. But I think that everybody, even the worst people, have in
Well,
whatever mind they have, I think that their intentions are good for in whatever
most
intention that
people,
is. Even
most
if it
people.
hurts other people, they still believe in their own soul that they're doing it for a
Well,
valid reason.
some
And
people are just dark, but
yeah,
why
and
are
I
they like that?
but
They
there's
have
a
their own
reason for
traumas.
that. It's a trauma,
Yeah,
it's a programming, it's
yeah.
propaganda, whatever
Everybody
it
does
is,
the
there's
best
a
they can.
reason. I
That's
yeah, with the tools in their toolbox,
Yep.
exactly. And and looking at the world that way, it's easier to just, like you said, accept people for who they are, what they're at. I don't have to, have those people in my circle or in my vortex. I can keep them over there, but I can still send them positive energy, love energy, because eventually, whether in this life or the next, they will figure it out and they'll come around and they'll have to reap their own rewards. And I get
Yep.
that. And I can't sit and judge. I mean, even though we do, it's a human trait to do that, but I try hard. And especially like with my own family members, I've come a long way in the point where I've realized that, like, we don't get the parents that we want, but we get the parents that we need. And when you come to a place where you love yourself, then we can recognize that. And
The parents only know what they know. Like they don't know any
Yeah.
better, right? So
Right.
again,
Right.
it's
Right.
just
Just
about
like you would.
accepting what
Hold
it
on,
is and
ladies,
moving
Yeah.
on.
ladies. I'm
Go
gonna
ahead.
have to explain the new rule again.
I'm
I
sorry.
have to put
Oh.
a new rule in here because I have a bunch of people that are hearing impaired, and sometimes they use voice to chat, voice to text, and I've been getting messages that they want to hear the message, and it's very hard for them to hear the message when we're talking over each other.
Can we say like pass when we're done or something? That way you know when somebody's not taking a breath.
Yeah, we
One
can.
thing, one thing that we can do that I have learned from Alien T's lives is everybody turns their mic off when they're not speaking. And if you have something to say, you can flash your mic. And we should all watch the chat. And I just made it clear that we couldn't see the chat again because of his decks. So he pulled those off. But, like this. Oops. We can flash our mic to let it be known that we have something to say, or we can take turns. But somebody may not everybody will have a response, maybe. I don't know. But I think it's important to turn our mics off while somebody else is talking and wait till they're done before we respond. And, I may need to take notes so that I don't forget what my thought was because my ADHD, that's one thing. Sometimes I blurt in because I know I'm going to forget what I wanted to say. So, I got my pad and paper and my little nest here, and that's what I'm going to do. And we all need to watch the chat. That's all.
I'm flashing my mic.
Go for it.
Okay. Thank you for that. That does make things go a lot more smoothly. One other thing I wanted to say about Bean's comment earlier in the chat is that it is kind of a normal human tendency to kind of go to a low vibration, just like in your garden. In your garden, what's going to grow if you don't tend it is weeds and thorns and thistles and things that you don't want. And we constantly have to maintain our garden with water and fertilizer and pruning and weeding. And if we don't work on holding a love frequency or a higher vibration, where our tendency is to be is more of a depressed, anxious, grumpy state. I get snarky if I'm not constantly, meditating and keeping myself in a positive place. And I think that's just a normal human trait that I've learned that no, it's not always about being happy and being loving. It's so easy to just kind of be like water and get stagnant and grumpy about life. And I think eventually we get to the point where it's more natural for us to just be happy. But just like a garden, we constantly have to be working on it and nourishing it. Just like we have to constantly be drinking water and eating healthy food for our body, we have to do that for our mindset as well. And I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Very well said, Miss Sharon. Reen, you're next.
I have a bone to pick with you guys. Nobody warned
Oh.
me that the wolf comes with a man.
Well,
That a wolf comes with a man?
Yeah, mine does. I was getting annoyed. Well, I was like doing the Epsom salt bath thing, so I pulled out my back and so I'm trying to get the name because this was with me all the time, and I don't know, a name would be nice. So, and I'm not getting anything, and I was just like, "Who are you, Lycan?" And then I saw the man, and I'm like, "Oh, geez, it's scary." Like I didn't even think about that part of it. Like there's, it's a dual thing there.
Well, yeah, like, well, normally,
So now
you
I got
know,
a man and a wolf. Thank you very much.
well, he's your guide, so I would venture to say you might want to go in and see if you can speak to him
I
and
did
see what
speak
he
to
has to
him.
say because he's been trying to get your attention, appears like, and see what he
Yeah,
has to
so
say.
he called me his queen. I don't even know what that means, but he's there. They're not very
So,
talkative. They're more. I mean, all of a sudden there was this man, and then I looked up. I can only see half of him because he's either like, I don't want to say it, like hugging me from behind, or he's, he looks up at me and I see the red eyes, and I'm like, oh, geez, okay, I got it now.
sometimes you know those beings they take the form of a humanoid because they have a different kind of message they want to speak to you on. So I would resonate with your guide and the wolf and see what they have to say. Only you could answer the question because, like I was saying before, that your guides and those beings are energy that's manifested from you, and it's telling you what your message is that your conscious side doesn't know. So maybe there's something the universe is trying to tell you. So you might want to get in tune with that.
Trying. It's
It
not for a
takes
lack
time.
of not for lack of trying.
Oh yeah, it takes time. It took me forever to know because I kept seeing a dragon and I didn't, and I kept seeing the guy Brim and I didn't realize that they were two in the same one. So until I came to realize, oh yeah, it's him in his human form. Well, duh.
I'm his mate. That's all he keeps telling me. But I don't know what that, where that's going. The other guides are different. Like the Greek guide, I at least have his name. His name is Eros. And I know that the Atlantean lady is trying to tell me, I just can't hear it. Like I know she's telling me, I just can't hear what it is. So it's probably I don't understand the name.
Yeah, you would go in more deeper. I'm hearing go in deeper. Look for more of. Try to resonate with him more and see what he needs, what he wants to tell you.
Okay.
Um, Let me see. Honey would be next. And thank you for the gifts. It's much honored.
Sonia asked to be next before Honey got here. Kim,
Oh,
you see
okay.
what he was thinking?
Okay, you can go next then.
I try to be quick. I just want to say
Oh,
for
that's
me,
all right.
it's the opposite. Well, everybody said it's harder to love than hate, but for me, it's not that way. Um, for me, loving unconditionally comes easily. When I get into that angry mode, or I feel like that, it just drains me, and I can't be in that state. So every time I get into where I'm anxious or I'm upset or that's why I just don't do the fear no more, because it feels like it pulls my frequencies down. And so I don't know if it's a training on myself or what, but for me, it takes too much energy, too much from me to be hateful, to be angry, to be, you know, nasty or unforgiving or whatever. And I just let that go because it brings my frequencies way down. And to the point sometimes where it will make me feel ill. So it's a fight to be that way. So I just stay in that unconditional love position.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense? So, and so I'm kind of in disagreement, but maybe it's just something with me. I don't know. I just feel it's a lot easier to just go with the flow of the current and just love people. So, and I had a few smarty comments for being, but I'll just leave that be.
You just
Okay,
go
I'm
with the
done.
current, but keep that unconditional love, and whatever they're doing, just don't let it affect you. Because, like she said, it'll bring your vibration down. Because you can't change everybody and you can't save the world. You can only do the best you can. You know, if people want to hear the message, they're going to hear it. If they don't want to hear it, then it's on them. It's a their problem, not a your problem. I mean, you can help and guide them. It's all on what they choose to do.
I'm interrupting for a second to say how much I love and appreciate you, Sonia.
I feel that way too. I think Sonia is very wise. She has a lot of wisdom to share that we could all use. But it is hard. It is very hard. It's been hard the last few days. And we talked about it some. You know, we've traveled how many states in the last 3 days? Like 4 states. And you look up and you look at all the people and you look at each one individually and you think, what are you thinking? What are you thinking about? You know, kind of, yeah, like you don't know. You don't know how to feel because now it's like before I thought many people felt the same way I did. And now I'm finding out that it's not as many as I thought. And it's just, and so we talked about it too, you know, and I've been listening to Brian over and over again. And I think a lot of people are just scared. The economy, you know, there's not enough money. They want to blame somebody, and they have narrow information. They're low informational voters. They don't know the whole picture, and they're just thinking about, you know, how much it costs to go to the grocery store, and it has to be somebody's fault, and somebody has to fix it, and you know they're saying they will. But now they're coming out with these horrific videos where these men are all crowing about, you know, the situation with women. And then now they're posting all these things about immigration, deporting naturalized citizens, which is just scary. You know, these are people that they won their vote, the Latinos, and they won them over. And now some of them are going to find out that's not what they voted for. And so I think we're in for a lot of time of unrest. There's going to be a lot of protest and a lot of unrest. People are going to start realizing exactly what it all means. And it's not going to mean what they thought it meant. And there's going to be a lot of unrest. And so we have to be the people that stay steady and, you know, kind of calm down the anger and keep it. I'm trying not to repost and post a lot of the angry things I see, and just remind everybody that we're all here to love unconditionally, period. We're loved.
And when they do keep talking about it, you know, you have the opportunity to listen to that, or you have the opportunity to change the subject and push it into a more spiritual thing, because like they want to try to live into, and they don't mean to, but it affects them so much that they're living in that negativity. And the reason why a lot of our spiritual people are here at this moment in time, because this was bound to happen. This was destined to happen. Well, a lot of us are here now in our groups, in our collectives, to um, raise the vibration of them, because even though they're spiritual, sometimes they stumble and fall. Somebody needs to pick them up. Even when they're in a group of people, they still feel alone because they don't know what to do. And that is why we're here, to help them up, to explain to them and help them if they're willing to listen. We are there to help them. And I think that's why we're here, is at this point in time. We're not to sit here to push them away. We're here to accept them with that unconditional love. That means even if they don't agree with us, we still love them. We just gotta find a way to work with them. We are the light, and sometimes they have the darkness. We have to show them the light. They can choose to accept it or not.
That's pretty much what was in that video I shared out on Messenger. Was that's why we come here, is to be the light. That's why we
And
came,
I've
was to
only
be
heard
the
like
light.
5 minutes of that, really. I didn't get
You
a
what?
chance to listen to it. I only heard like 5 minutes of it because I got real busy.
Mm. Well, pretty much what he's saying is that's the whole reason we all chose to be here, is to just be the light. Just be the light. Just stand in the light. Stand in love and be the light. Be the beacon, you know?
Yes. We are going to be the lighthouse that draws them in. I've always looked at it that each one of our spiritual people we're a lighthouse, and there's all these little boats out there in these big ships that are trying to find the shoreline, trying to find the safety. We need to be that spotlight, that guiding light that brings them to shore, that brings them to safety. I've always looked
Yeah.
at this as like that.
Yeah. We gotta calm the fears and calm down some of the anger and get it all evened out.
Right?
Because again, if we focus on the anger and the fears and the chaos, we're only going to make it worse.
Right.
Well, like Sonia and I were saying, that a certain amount of chaos has to happen. That we have to just manifest love around ourselves and our families and keep that going, and try to push it out as far as we can, because a certain amount of chaos has got to happen for the changes that's going to be manifesting.
Yeah. Yeah, there always has to be a catalyst.
Absolutely.
Okay, who's next?
The empty space.
The empty space between us.
What happened to Suzanne?
She was just here. There she is.
Fear feeds the bear.
Mm-hmm.
Don't feed the bears.
Right.
No offense to bears.
Yeah. We just,
Actually, be a bear. Be a bear. Bears are fearless. They don't fear anything.
I love bears too. That's why I said no offense to bears.
Yeah. Bear's my totem.
Glad you made it on, honey.
well, I was just going to come on for a little bit. I'm going to go get in that giant tub that came with this place.
I'm really jealous. Did you bring any Epsom salt with you?
I did. An entire bag. And I'll be turning those jets on, getting that blood pressure down. He'll have to come
Mm-hmm.
drag me out of the tub.
Just don't lower it too much, you know. You know, end up sleeping in that tub for too long. End up prune.
When we first moved into our house, I had a 6 foot jet tub, and it was just like getting into a sauna. And he told me that he ended up forbidding me to use the jets because he had to come drag me out of the bathtub too many times because my blood pressure got too low. I couldn't stand up. So when we remodeled the bathroom, I put in just a standard. Well, it's not a standard, but it doesn't have jets for that reason, because I was too tempted, and I would just bottom out my blood pressure, and then I couldn't crawl out of it by myself. So he said, "No more jets. No more jets
Yeah,
for you."
I had that experience too. Between the
I,
hot water and the jets.
Yeet.
Hmm.
does
Just give me a
Brim have
blanket and a pillow.
does
Let me
Brim
stay in
have
the tub.
anything to tell us tonight?
Actually, Prim has been very quiet. He's listening. It's not like him normally. I think he's cognizing um, a lot of what's happening, and I'm getting from him that, and a lot of them actually been quiet today. They feel a shift in the universe, so to speak. They're there and they're listening, but it's like it's almost like they're in a thinking process of what to do. Like it's almost like there was a shift in a universal. I don't know where this is coming from, or which one. I think this is actually the one that really don't speak much, which is Rye. And I'm hearing her, and she said that a lot of them there was a big temporal shift, and the polarity of the universe has shifted, and a lot of spiritual beings have gone into silent mode because I think they're thinking of how to process the next moves to help the planet.
I
And
think
that is from
they're
Rye.
sending out. I think they're sending out a lot of stabilizing energy, because a lot of the light workers, the energy workers, are posting that they're all getting these almost like electric like waves where they're anchoring in the energy and getting it stabilized.
And I think that's what it is because Rye, everybody knows I have Rye, but Rye never speaks. And that's the only voice I'm hearing right now, which is weird hearing her speak because it's like, whoa, okay. So whenever she speaks, it's like really important. And that's kind of what she said that there's a major paradigm shift in the universe, and they're thinking about how to process the next couple days, and how to adjust certain things.
To kind of stabilize us.
Yeah,
That's good.
but I know she said
Well,
temporal rift.
this morning when we got off, stopped talking, Brim or Paul,
Mm-hmm.
I laid down, closed my eyes. I didn't even turn on meditation music. I thought about it, and I was like, no, I'm just gonna go in like this. And I talked to my dragon and asked and said, I wanted to spend some time with her. I wanted to write her. And anytime she was ready to take me for a ride, I'm all for it and I want to go. And then I think I was out.
Thank you, Bean. Yeah, I knew you were gonna pass out. I could see your eyes rolling in your head. Your eyes are completely rolling
Well,
back in your head.
it was 7 a.m., Paul, and I hadn't slept yet. I was going to bed when you popped up, and it was like I've been looking for you all day. I should have messaged you.
Well, I don't know what I was doing. Helping somebody somewhere. We keep losing people in the lives. They keep dropping out. What
Well,
is with this box tonight?
maybe they'll come back. I had to leave and come back because my internet's been crap, and I couldn't hear people. And I guess Sonia must have needed to restart too because she's gone now.
Yeah, hers has been acting crazy all day.
I wish there was a way to raise your hand. That would be like Zoom. I had a really cool thing happen to me yesterday.
Please do tell.
So I was working on, yesterday was a weird energy day for me. And the dragon energy, like Scourge's energy, it's like a pressure in my head. I said headache, but it's not like a real headache. It's a pressure. So I was like, well, let me see if I can work on raising my vibration up. So, when my husband comes home, I'm not making faces at him the whole time. And so I found this thing, and it was kind of like how to raise your vibration. And it was actually pretty cool. Close your eyes, think of a color, and then, kind of fill that color, like how the gold light comes in and fills you up. But mine was like a purple
Mm-hmm.
violet. And I did that whole thing. And then it's like follow it up, follow it up. And when you can't even go more, push it, push it. And I really felt I was going up. I'm like in the outside the off, Earth, out of here. I'm up in the universe. And I thought I was going to source because I have that connection. But next thing I know, I'm zooming to this planet and I'm home. And that shook me a little bit. It was like home, like I'm home. And I stood there breathing those high vibrations for a while. And I think I was on that planet you told me, Merope.
Uh-huh.
And I could see some
Do you
of it a
know,
little bit.
I just
Yeah.
got this, and it makes so much sense to me now. That you said your husband was the dragon.
Hmm.
This is kind of irony here. If your husband's a dragon, you have a wolf there. There's one more piece of the puzzle. Why? And you just confirmed it by what you said. Do you know you're the dragon? You're his dragon rider.
Me? I
Yes,
didn't even think I was a freaking star seed. So this is all wild to me.
you are. You're his dragon rider.
That would explain the feeling. I keep feeling like I have wings, like my shoulder blades are so damn itchy. And
Mm-hmm.
I felt like I need wings. Like, where are my wings? And that's new. That's like the last 3 days. I'm like, well, that's new. Oh, that's wild.
You
Well,
look like a
dragon
Valkyrie.
and Valkyries are dragon riders.
Yes.
So now you've met two dragon riders.
Pretty much.
And the
It
one
makes
other
sense to
thing
me.
is, your that that when you had your little adventure in
Mm-hmm.
the Dyson sphere with the eyes and the wings, I've seen that somewhere, and I can see it in my head, and I know it's freaky when it blinks its eyes, and I can't for the life of me remember where I've seen it.
I don't know. I know I've seen it.
No, I've seen it, and I thought, well, maybe I saw it in a movie or something, but I can't. I can see it now; it's in my head, but I've seen it before.
I asked somebody about that, and they said that was a cherubim.
It sounds right. I don't know what that is, but it sounds
My
right.
one, my
Feels right.
one had been trying to come out for about 5 years. They hurt some days.
You sound like you're in a tin can, honey.
I am. I'm in the bathroom and I'm going to drop down. I love you all. I'm going to be listening.
Okay, we love
Okay.
you too. I don't really know what Valkyries are. I'm gonna have to look it up.
They were the servants of Odin. They retrieved the warriors' spirits uh, from the battlefield, and they would carry them to Valhalla.
Cool.
And also,
And
angels rode
they
dragons.
rode. Yes, dragons were a big part of the angelic. The angelic are a big part of the angelic realm, and also the Valkyries. They also rode unicorn Pegasus. Also,
Pegasus Aquarius.
yes, thank you, Aquarius. Pegasus Aquarius. See, I didn't even know that they were called that
I hope
until
Sonia comes back.
Paul told me that. You hope what?
I said I hope Sonia comes back.
What are we, chopped liver?
Right?
I guess so. Gee, wow. Gee, make me feel bad. I'm not enough. God dang. Now my
Right? What's
feelings
up
are
with
all
that?
hurt. Yeah. Suzanne.
Oh my gosh,
Uh,
you guys.
Jeez,
You
man.
know, I because she knows so much. I mean, I'm not saying you guys don't.
Uh-huh. You're just
It's
digging
just
your hole deeper, darling.
okay. Well, I have okay. I have a girl crush. Okay, I have a girl crush, and y'all just
That's
have to
very
get over
apparent.
it. That
You're
my
it's
current girl crush is on Sonia.
it's a spiritual connection.
Yeah, but I connect with you guys too.
Yeah, but this is a new connection.
Yeah,
And new
and
connections are always stronger at first.
well,
It's the
I
same
feel
thing as
like
falling in love. You know that connection at first when you fall in love and you're you're both the world to everything to each other. You know, and
yeah.
everything
I
is
don't
just.
know.
And then that's the
Uh,
same. It's a
I'm
similar
not.
type of feeling in the
Yeah, maybe.
spiritual side, though.
Well, yeah, probably. I mean, it's like somebody that you connect with really well right away, and it was that way with Honey too. You
The
know,
Mm-hmm.
energy, your
but I
energy is connects.
love you guys, but it's like with Honey, so I feel connection immediately, and I love to learn from both of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
So basically, most of my reincarnations have been in some kind of servitude to a lot of different gods, right?
Mm-hmm.
So far, I have Odin,
Mm-hmm. Same.
Aphrodite.
Same.
I don't know who that. Oh, who did you say? Horus,
Horus. Yes.
and whoever this Atlantean lady is.
Uh, is
I
that
don't know.
Osiris? Was that
Huh?
Osiris, Brim? Paul,
Osiris was Egyptian.
the Atlantean. Who was the Atlantean? But Osiris came from Atlantis.
Yeah,
Wasn't
I think that
Osiris
was
one
the
of the
same.
gods that came from Atlantis that survived the fall
Poseidon?
of Atlantis? Poseidon was one,
Poseidon.
yeah. Uh,
Poseidon. Poseidon and what
Hermes,
was it? No, Hermes was not. Hermes was a Greek god, and he
Greek
was. I
god.
think he.
Well, there,
Well, the Greek
he,
gods
he
spurned the Atlantis, right?
yes,
Didn't they?
Hermes
Greek and
was
others.
Greek. There's Poseidon, and he had another name. Neptune.
Neptune, because Neptune was Greek.
Yeah.
But that explains a lot because the Greek gods very mirrored some of the other gods mirrored the Greek gods. The Greek gods mirrored some other gods older than that even. All of the pagan religions were correct. Christianity tried to make pagan religions into something it wasn't. Try to
Right.
make it in that we were worshiping demons and Satan, and that's not true. We were worshiping God, but that they didn't understand our beliefs, and they didn't want to stop and try to understand our beliefs. They just wanted to push their beliefs down our throats.
Same as now.
Yep, yep. History repeats itself, and
But
it's how it turns out, whether we let it turn out the way they want it to or not.
And it is because you think about it. What happened to Rome?
Yep,
it fell.
all empires fall. It's
Uh-huh.
history. Every empire has fallen. Every single empire has fallen that ever was in existence. They've all had their fall.
Out with the old and in with the new.
It's just a matter of when it's going to happen.
I don't know.
We just got to ride the waves. Be
Yeah.
like surfers. Just be like surfers and ride the waves and just keep ourselves high and in the light.
Well, I would have thought I was a crush, but no. I'm not even a crush.
Yeah, see?
Jeez.
Maybe I crush on Brim.
Oh my.
Oh. Let's
That
see, we
was him.
didn't even
She
think
said
about
that.
that one.
Probably because he thinks I'm a smartass.
That was the first thing he said all day. He goes, "Oh my."
Oh my. It just popped right out there too. I don't think he intentionally said that out loud.
I thought that was Paul that said, "Oh my."
No,
No,
it was
that was
definitely
him.
Brim. It was.
Hi,
You can feel Brim energy.
hi, Brim. Come talk to
When he
us.
said, "Oh my," I felt that Brim energy. He's like, "Woo!" Like he shook his head, like, "No, what?
Oh, what?
Did I just hear what?"
I have a dragon question.
Well, no, Sunday, of course, that guy.
I'm going to learn that. I know I am. It's just a matter of time.
And
We need Google Translator. Can
Yeah, at least.
can a dragon soul, if the human body, if that human consciousness is sick, and it can't function well, I mean physically, and and I don't think I'm saying this right, can that dragon kind of live for that person to keep them going?
yes. But if it gets too far gone, then it would taint the energy because the dragon's energy is also based on the human energy.
So can that, I mean, yeah. I wish I knew all this before, but I think I actually lived with Scourge. Like, his one, he didn't know he was so sick, but he was really sick, and like he started doing these like extremely possessive things, and like putting sticky notes on things in the refrigerator, like keep your hands off. This is mine. This is. I mean, my husband was really sick. He should be dead. He's not. He's fine now. But I think I lived with him for months. I
It's
think it
happened
was
because I've taken over this human husk for months on end.
months and months. That's pretty
I've
wild.
even
Thank
shaved
you.
his head.
So we heard.
We we saw that.
Thank you.
He
Hey,
didn't want to
Brim.
listen to me.
I do. I want to listen. Have you met my dragon, Brim?
I have met her. She's a very wonderful being.
She seems really sweet.
Yes, she's nested on a mountaintop.
I talked to her last night. I don't know if she came to see me, but I asked her to.
That is great. She is listening from the mountaintop.
Okie dokie. Does she watch me from there?
Yes.
So if something was threatening me, would she come?
Yes, she would.
I wouldn't have to call her or ask her.
No, they're automatically your guardians and protectors.
Okay. What have you been doing today, Brim?
Helping individuals.
You're a good dragon.
No sotunya katuna tasete anai uno niakana. Onono shanakaya no ne anona sieniaka.
Need translation.
Oh, you know what I'm saying, you just don't understand yet.
I think he said he likes me too.
Very well, you're learning very well.
Thank you, Brim.
Mel knows too, she just doesn't understand yet.
If I'm a dragon rider, do I have my own dragon to ride?
You ride your husband.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'm 5 years old. I swear to God, I'm 5 years old.
I am so glad I was not taking a drink when you said that, because I would have literally sprayed my bedroom with water, because that was just, oh my
That was a
I
good
have
one.
like total issue with that.
the wording. Woo, that gum.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I've been smoking.
I'm out of my gummies. I've been asking my son to get me gummies, and I'm all out.
What did you mean by good and bad in dragons?
That there is no good and bad in dragons; they just are. That's what my spirit animal told me. I don't know if that's true. Is that true, Brim?
It depends on what kind of dragon you're speaking of. Like I said before, there was three kinds of dragons, maybe even more. You have celestial dragons, you have the earthly dragons, you have the galactic dragons. Some of them have different rules and regulations.
I
Some
think the
of them
one
think differently.
I think the one that my spirit animal speaking of is the galactic dragons, that they don't perceive good or bad. They just perceive that they what needs to be done, regardless of no matter
Mm,
what it is. That it's not
yeah.
good or bad. It's just necessity. They're very analytical minded.
Hmm.
And I believe that's what wasn't Merlin one of those kind of dragons?
Merlin was a celestial.
Yeah, celestial. That's what I thought. And that's their matter of fact. They know what needs to be done regardless of no matter how much what it takes to do it, they do it.
Honk, honk.
Yeah, that was my phone talking to me about dragons telling me that I could like located dragon jewelry for me. That gums I shop too much apparently.
I think I
Not
told her she wrote
really.
her. I did tell her she wrote her husband earlier. She just didn't pay attention.
It's
Yeah, we did. She did. I came in
it's a
my with
lot.
my juvenility.
It's a lot. What kind of dragon is Scourge of the three?
Mm.
He is a galactic dragon.
Mm-hmm. Does that describe your husband and an analytical mind?
Yes. Well,
Mm-hmm.
believe it or not, I have an analytical mind too. I'm like a logical dreamer, if that makes any sense to you. But yeah,
Well,
he's.
for y'all to be connected the way y'all are, you would have to be. For you to be his
I'm.
rider, you would have to be equal with him in the
Oh yeah.
analytical mind. I'm sorry, I'm stumbling over my words.
Nope.
I promise I
I'm.
haven't
I'm
been
sucking it
drinking.
all up. It's a lot. I got a lot going on.
Mm-hmm.
That's really interesting. Now I just have to get. Is is there a tipping point where the dragon makes himself known to the human if they haven't felt them?
Huh?
My husband has no clue.
I couldn't really understand the question.
You sound muffled, Bean.
I do. Probably because I'm trying. Is that better?
When you were talking, you sounded muffled, like your face was in a pillow.
I was leaning over, trying to ask the right question. Like, um, you said, ignored you. But is my husband ignoring Scourge, or is he waiting for a different time to make himself known to him? Or,
Your husband is not gone and you paid him attention. Your dragon is there waiting. It's waiting for him to accept and bond with him. Even though the
can I?
dragon energy is there, he still has to bond with it. If he chooses not to, that is his own free will.
Got it. Gotcha. Thank you.
You're very welcome. But that energy is still there.
Well, no, I can feel it.
This morning, Brim walked me through a meditation and told me what to say to my guides. And I went to my happy place in the woods, and I was sitting leaning against a tree. And then the tree began to like glow with an aura. And then a guide stepped out and she acted really shy. And then after her, I noticed my wolf was in a distance. I mean, at a pretty great distance, but I could just barely see her. And then I asked her to come closer, and she finally did. And then Brim or Paul,
Grim.
I don't know at what point you said that you thought the woman who stepped out of the tree was actually my dragon playing with me.
I did.
I don't remember what clued you in, but except the aura on the tree made Paul realize that she was probably my dragon. And she didn't say anything out loud to me. She would just kind of nod like men do, just the downward nod to say yes. And so we think that she was my dragon, just kind of messing with me a little bit or
In
playing
a
with
human
me.
form. It was her dragon in a human form because she's not used to contact with humans. You're the first one.
She's my first dragon, so we both got to get used to each other. But I'm anxious to get to know her. I'm I found a woman that I sent it to somebody. I've got to find it. I found a video of a woman who said she's discovered that her job is to train new dragon riders. And she talked about different kinds of saddles and stuff. It was interesting.
It was very interesting. It was cool.
So I sent it to you.
Yes, ma'am. At
Good.
like 4 o'clock this morning.
Oh, really? I hope I didn't wake you up.
No, I wouldn't have answered. I fell asleep during that alien live thing. It's the first time I ever saw an alien have a live. I thought it was very interesting.
I heard him respond to somebody. It was really funny. Um,
It was hysterical, but it put me to sleep. So I fell asleep and I slept for like an hour and a half. I'm always up between 3 and 4:30. I don't know why. No matter what time I go to sleep, I'm up at 3 o'clock.
When
Between
the
3 and
spirits walk
4:30.
the earth.
Yes, yes.
and supposedly that's a time when we receive downloads. And if I get downloads, I don't even know it. But I assume I must get something every now and then, but I don't know.
You do download and upload every night.
I hear some people say, "Oh, they wake up with," or I got this download. What?
You download and upload every night. When you sleep, all the information from that day
And I'm just too high in my sleep.
goes. When you sleep, your astral self takes that information and brings it to source and puts it in, let's say, a storage unit, and it goes into source, and that's how they figure out how to help you. And when your soul comes back, if there was a significant amount of events that changed you, it'll come back from there, from source, and will bring you to a higher vibration.
Cool.
And that's why when you wake up in the morning, sometimes it goes, I feel like I'm risen from the death, or I'm in a whole new world. And then you live that day and you're like, this isn't my earth. I don't remember this. Because you raise yourself into another frequency. You rise every day like a phoenix.
Phoenix is one of my spirit animals.
Do I have one of those too?
Spirit animals?
Mm-hmm.
You have several.
You have a wolf.
Mm-hmm.
You would have to go in and find them what they are.
Yeah.
I ask. I ask, but I think I need to be more specific of the things I ask.
What
Mm-hmm.
animals are you? You will be attracted to your spirit animals
I
also.
love all animals except for snakes.
See,
You probably attached a little bunny poo poo.
the alien that y'all are talking about, was he like dancing and singing and stuff and battling?
No, no. He was in a
No.
he was in a spacesuit with an American flag on it, and he was just talking. It was just hysterical.
Is he
I've never.
gray?
Yes.
Yeah, he's a
I think
gray.
he may have changed. He may have changed what he does, but I've been watching an alien for a long time. I was really good friends with him, and then he got offended because I posted a photo. I was like, "Hey, look, it's a little you," and I got him trapped, and it was a green alien, and he was like, "I'm gray," and I was like, "Oh no." I hurt his I hurt his feelings.
It was hysterical. I thought
He's a
I was
trip.
looking. Yeah, it was so funny. And I'm sure it wasn't. I don't know if it was meant to be funny or not, but it was hysterical. But I find
I find a
humor
lot.
easy.
I have
It's easy for me to laugh.
Yeah, I have a bad habit of laughing at things and then realizing that people were serious. And I was like, oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were joking. Because I think some stuff people say is funny. I mean, I think some of the shit I say is hilariously funny. It's not all that funny, but I find it hilariously funny at times.
That's a good
I
thing. I
amuse
crack
myself.
myself up all the time.
I amuse myself. All of my TikTok videos that I have done, they weren't for anybody but for me. I was just enjoying being myself, doing my own thing, being weird as I am.
Some people are about as funny as a fart in a spacesuit.
Well, I don't know how funny that would be. I don't think that would be very funny at all, except for I think maybe you would think that they would have filters for that kind of stuff.
So synchronicity. I don't get angel numbers. I never see like 111, 222. Like I don't see that, but I have a ton of synchronicities. It's just you guys are old enough to remember Lost in Space, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you remember the Valkyrie one? And she would oh that thing.
Hmm.
That's what I was walking around yesterday after my little zoom to my planet, and I was like, "Oh, that's too much. I'll think about that later." Oh, walking around the house like that. Yeah, yeah.
I know my neighbors think I'm crazy as a loon. And I get out there and I'm sitting in my hammock and I'm talking to myself and I'm talking to the squirrels and I'm talking to the trees and I'm talking to the dogs. And if a bug lands on me, I'm talking to the bug. I'm like, don't freaking sting me. Don't do it.
I just hope nobody.
You know,
I just
I know
hope
my neighbors think
nobody.
I'm crazy.
I just hope the people across the street aren't looking out when I go on my porch. This morning I went out on my porch with nothing but a sweatshirt on, and I just hope it was long enough and that when I bent down to pick up that package that I was covered, but I don't think they watched me. So it was probably good.
They probably said it
Well,
was a full moon this morning.
woohoo!
Well, that takes a whole new meaning up at the ass crack of dawn.
Indeed, indeed, indeed.
It might have been the
Well,
abstract, but it sure heck wasn't dawn. It was more like, I don't know, what time was it? Being 3:30 this afternoon? Something like that. I didn't wake up until 3.
Oh yeah, that had to be like even
Well, I
later
would have
than
said
that.
that the moon's up early today.
dadgummit, dadgummit,
That's pretty funny.
dadgummit. Made me spit water everywhere.
I do it anyway. I
Mm.
have this perpetual hole in my lip.
Oh, jeez. I don't even want to talk about it. I'm just glad I drink water and not syrupy stuff, because if I drank syrupy stuff, I'd be sticky all the time.
I have a rule that if you look in my window, you deserve what you get.
Oh my, oh my, oh my.
Well, one afternoon I was my care attendant. I have a lady that comes and helps me out during the day and helps me do things that I can't do for myself, like my laundry and putting my laundry up and changing my bed and things like that. And we were sitting there one day talking, and she was like, Mel, I love you, but I don't love you that much. And I was like, what? And she kept like looked down at, and I was like, what? And she was like, kept looking down, and I looked down, and my boob was sticking right out. And I was like, that's not, that's, she goes, I was kidding, I know. She goes, but didn't you feel the wind? And I was like, no. Why would I feel the wind? My boob doesn't know what feeling is anymore. It just hangs there. It's just one of them things, you know?
Oh wow. Oh my.
But no, my t-shirt, it had scrunched up. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be on here when I've been smoking like I have been. Gummies don't do me this way.
The scientific reason for that is gravity.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, sometimes gravity falls.
Yeah, you're kidding.
I think gravity has been hanging off of my whole body at one point or another, just doing exercises hanging off of me, gravity. Like, come on, let's get to the floor. How
Well,
low
it's just
can
like
you go?
men
How
have
low
that same
can you
problem
go?
too.
Oh, I know. I remember the first time my ex-husband, when he went to the bathroom and his dangling bits hit the water, and he was
Oh
like,
my god, I hate that.
yeah. I was like, what the heck? And he's like, I've hit 40. My nuts hit the water. I was like, I didn't even know that was a thing.
It is. It is. It is. It happened to me. When it first happened
Yeah.
to me, I'm like, man, I gotta go to the bathroom. And I don't, sometimes, I had to do a number two. And I sat in there and I was like, wait a minute. Oh no.
Mm.
What the hell? I look down and it's half in the water. I'm like, oh my god. I think I am old.
Where have we gone with this conversation? Is this my fault?
Yes, it's your fault. So
Absolutely.
I'm in this schmexual education. They say schmex on here for the sex word.
Schmeck.
This sounds like a schmexual education class because I didn't know that. I know that sometimes they can hang down low, but I didn't know they hung down low
I didn't
enough to
either.
hit the water.
I didn't either.
Well, I figured it. I was like, why am I in the water? I'm like,
Is there an
ended up
exercise you can do for that?
floating. The one man solo mission.
strengthen your pelvic core. Do
A
like
little bit.
ladies do.
A little.
Do kegels.
Yeah, no.
Practice stopping the flow of urine.
And then I got up and I was like, the only thing I could think of was when the body hit the floor. When the body hit the floor.
I'm going to be sitting at Thanksgiving dinner looking at everybody around the table giggling.
Are there any men in the chat? Or is I think that
We need some male point of view besides Paul.
well, I think Paul is the only male here, so
Oh my Lord.
You know. Brim's just said, I'm glad I don't have that problem.
I'm gonna super glue my lips shut tonight.
so
I've actually done that. It's not that much fun.
I actually have done it too, but I actually have my
it's Batman.
my
You
fingernail
ask
glued
him.
to my lip one time. My fingernail glued to my lip. It didn't stay on my finger, but it glued to my lip. Yeah.
Well, Batman's down here. We can ask him.
Batman.
Hey, Batman.
I think that would be rude to ask Batman about
Question that.
man parts.
Let's
And then
not
he walks
let's
in the room. Let's say, hi Batman, I'm happy to see you. Why don't you join us on the
Let's
panel?
not and say we did.
Batman, be thankful you missed the conversation just prior to your arrival.
Oh my God.
I think we just.
I hope you'll join us up here, Batman.
He probably ran.
He may have
We had
been
11
listening to the
people.
conversation and said, heck no, I'm not staying with these people trying to get me up there in the box and wham bam. Oh no, but bambush, ambush, not ambush me. Oh,
We had
no.
11 people. We had 11 people. We were talking about gravity, and then the gravity did fall up there, and the numbers too. But oh well.
And I totally broke it. I'm so sorry.
Oh well.
No, it's Brim's fault. He started it. Our train of thought went in that direction after that.
Yeah, after the Dragon Rider comment, yes.
We've been running people off.
Well,
They want educational stuff.
I think
Well, it is a
that
learning.
sends the sword in on the conversation. Yeah.
But I think it's interesting that when people come in and they say, do I have a dragon? That most of them do. So they must know, right, at some level. And they're looking for confirmation.
I didn't have
so.
any. I had no clue that I had a dragon, and I thought if I got a dragon, it would probably be an earth dragon. And then all of a sudden, in here, it was intense energy that night. I mean, it was intense that night because Brim was here. Sonia's everybody. There were a lot of dragons in the room, and Sonia's dragon and Brim were talking back and forth, and I was high and I was tired, and I closed my eyes. I wasn't going to sleep. I just closed my eyes listening, and as soon as I closed my eyes, there was this blue dragon right there, and I told Paul, I think she probably came up because the dragon energy was so high. And then when I left here, or when the live ended, I was vibrating so hard. And Thomas Sawyer went, Honey, I don't think Honey was here because I PM'd her and I got a response. I saw a response, and then I went to answer her, and it wasn't there. And so I answered her, and then after I answered her, her text showed up. And I said, I'm answering, but I don't see your and she said, girl, you're on speed. And then I went into Thomas Sawyer's live, and I went ahead and paid for a reading just for the hell of it. And he said, first, let's tone down this energy. And then the last time I saw him, he said, first, we need to tone down this energy. And ever since I have discovered her, my energy's been, like Thomas said, man, your energy's spiking all over the place. And when I am, and Bean, we'd been talking that day too, and I asked, I said, maybe I just need to go ground myself. I said, is it the dragon, or do you think I just need to go ground? And he said, yes, both, go ground. So it's like, okay. So I went outside and put my feet in the earth.
And also, when I did the card reading, everybody was in the room's dragon was on the cards.
That was wild. That was really wild.
That was trippy.
On the cards, he showed a water air dragon.
Mm-hmm.
Is mine water air or just air?
Water air.
Oh, I didn't know that. So does that mean we go underwater too?
Mm-hmm.
So will I have to have some kind of special apparatus to go underwater with her?
No.
So someday, well, I mean, astrally, I can go underwater with her, right? You told Honey her dragon changed her color?
Yeah, because Honey's energy. See, when your dragon changes colors, it's because your energy changed. Your dragon evolves with you, and like your energy. If you go higher, your dragon goes higher. You go lower, your dragon goes lower.
Well, I have a lot of growing to do, but I really like the kind of dragon I have. I want her to stay water and air dragon.
It's your energy.
So
It should stay that way. It'll probably get bigger.
she'll probably get bigger as I grow.
Yeah.
Cool.
Uh-huh.
Well, I mean, in my human form, she doesn't need to be as big, but in my true form, I'm bigger than I'm like twice as big as I am as a human, it sounds like. So it would make sense that she would need to be bigger at that point, at least.
Mm-hmm. Your woman crush is trying to come back in, but she keeps freezing.
Oh, I hope she comes back. I told her.
Sure she will.
She said she had a phone call. I texted her and said, I hope you're coming back. And she said, oh, I had to take the call. And then I told her that I had to tell y'all I had a girl crush to shut y'all up from hassling me. So I told my girl crush she's a crush.
You're all too funny. Thank you for the donuts.
You're welcome.
Well, you gotta unthaw.
Of who, honey? Are you jealous of my girl crush on Sonia? I'm an equal opportunity crusher. I have a crush on you too.
Oh my.
I have a crush on everybody.
Oh my. Yeet.
I'm sorry, y'all. I get really lowbrow sometimes.
Are you gonna come up, Sonia, or try? You missed them hassling me because I was bummed out you were gone and I was hoping you were coming back, and they said, "What are we, chopped liver?" And they kept hassling me, and I finally said, "I have a girl crush, okay?" And then they all backed off.
Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
I can hear
Okay,
you.
cool. Okay, up
can
until
hear
just
you.
a second ago, I couldn't hear anything anybody was saying. What are y'all laughing about now? Honey's jealous of me? Oh,
We were laughing about gravity.
okay.
Oh God.
But we
And
ain't gonna go there again because I brought it down
did
too
you
low.
did you hear me say that they were hassling me because I noticed you were gone, and I said, "Where'd Sonia go? I hope she comes back." And I love her, and I love listening to her. And they were like, "What are we, chopped liver?" And I
Yeah.
said, "Well, she knows so much." And
Again, chopped liver.
and so I
Right?
finally just said, "Okay, I have a girl
Yep.
crush, okay?" And then they all backed off and left me
Then we're
alone.
all like, oh, well, okay.
No, like no
Oh,
kidding. Like none of us could see that.
Then she said you had a crush
I
on
love
Grim, and Grim goes, "Oh my."
Oh, yeah, Grim was quite shocked in a like delightful way, sort of. In a surprising,
I love you.
like, woo, really? Yeah.
Yeah, and
I love you too,
who I
Susan, but
was?
I've known everything. Oh Lord, I don't know everything, honey. But
I
I
know
love
you
you.
don't, but you answer a whole lot of questions for me, and you are very knowledgeable, and you see things I don't, and so I appreciate you sharing with me.
You're welcome.
Well, Suzanne, you have your own light you shine too, dearest.
Yes, she does.
Baby, that's my whole.
It's good.
This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine.
There you
Oh,
go.
baby, this little light of mine. I sing it louder and louder and louder and louder.
Yep.
And then I spread my arms and I shoot laser white beams out of my chest.
There you go.
That's my superpower.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I love and appreciate all you guys too. So just to let you know.
I do
I do.
too. I appreciate other people besides Sonia. It's just I was missing her at the moment.
No, we understand that.
And y'all do mean a great deal to me because I've been alone in this up until the past few months. So it's been great
That
having a family that understands.
that's hard going through it alone. I was there a while back.
Really? Really, Diane? We're going there?
Diane.
Well,
Oh my gosh. Not the balls. Not the balls. We can't talk. Diane, Diane, I'm trying to go high ball, sister. Quit trying to bring me back. I don't need to go down there again.
Well, she's trying to talk about low
I
balling.
love her.
The balls.
I just appreciate that. I am really immature in a lot of ways. Or
So are we.
I think
You know what? It is not being immature. You are in touch with your inner child.
We are in touch with our inner girl. I am so in touch with my inner child. Oh,
that's called being stoned.
that
I
too.
love you, Diane.
That too. See, I normally
Diane.
do gummies, but well, not normally. Actually, well, okay.
I've got
In
some
the
I can
evenings,
smoke,
I
but
try to do gummies.
I don't enjoy smoking it anymore. It I don't like coughing and stuff. But
Well,
I just came to.
it's saved my life. So
I just came to. You guys are all, the smoking and the gummies, and I sound just as crazy as all you, and I don't do none of that shit.
Me neither,
What's that
right?
make me?
well, I
Well,
didn't for a very, 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 very long time because of my job. It, I could be tested at any time, and even if I had a medical card, it wouldn't matter because I was allowed to. I was in a job that was considered safety sensitive because, like, if something happened to the bookmobile driver that they couldn't drive, I would have to take over. But then there was a rule that I couldn't drive because I don't reach the pedals, and the state safety guy said get pedal extensions for her, and they said okay, she just won't
yeah.
drive. So
I'm
I
sorry.
was happy about that. But I could drive other library vehicles, but I chose when I did events and stuff, I'd rather go on my own Jeep. And so I did. But now there's no reason for anyone to drug test me. And I have found that I have a hard time going to sleep without. Sometimes I just can't get the pain low enough to go to sleep, and that tremendously helps.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what I use it for: is pain management and seizure management, and depression management. Who can be depressed when they're smoking? You can't be depressed when you're smoking. You can't. You can't be depressed. That's like who can be angry when they're high. You can't be angry. I have never known anybody to be angry when they're stoned. Can you name
No.
anyone that's ever been stoned on weed and angry?
Mm-mm.
You don't. It
I
doesn't go together.
I used to smoke myself straight.
I wish I could. I wish I could, but I can't. And I'm very jealous, you guys. Very jealous.
Can't you? Unless that's too personal.
Do what?
Why can't you? Or is that
Too
No,
personal.
no, not personal.
She's
I
a
tried
mutant.
it a couple times. For some reason, I can't. It makes me like it almost put me in the hospital. I've tried a couple other things and I had the same reaction. I have the same reaction to pharmaceutical medications too. I've never been able to take opiates or none of that stuff because it like makes me really, really sick.
Wow.
I have really bad reactions to
I
them.
understand. Yeah, I understand now. I forgot about that.
So I'm really jealous that I can't get high with y'all. So
Yeah.
Did you ever drink alcohol? Did it make you really sick?
I have to be careful with that too. Like, if I drink too much, it will make me really sick. So I have to like, it can only have like 2 drinks. If I drink 3, I'm wasted. If I drink 4, I'm sick as hell. So depending
Well,
on
I'm the
what I
exact
drink, but
opposite. I can
It'd
drink
probably
I can
be.
drink anybody under the table.
nope.
I think if I haven't had a drink in at least 2 years, and the last time, and I hadn't been drinking prior to that. I had a couple of, I think they're Trulies that are real low. They're like a wine. What are they? Like a wine spritzer. I mean, real low alcohol level. And I don't even know. I think I drank 2. It was at my nephew's wedding reception, and I don't think I even got a buzz. But anyway,
Yeah, and I'm the type where when I drink, I have to like I'll stick to like a couple, and I have to nurse them. If I end up slamming them, oh boy. And I'm the type where I need to stay away from alcohol anyway, or else I'll be dancing naked on the table. So, you know,
Oh my.
that kind of
tequila makes her clothes fall off.
Oh
I
my.
have to stay away from
makes me
gin
very
because
happy.
gin makes me want to fight everybody. I will fight a tree. I will fist fight a tree drinking gin. I will. That tree insulted me. I know it did. I'm gonna take care of it right now. Beat the crap out of that tree.
That's the
Yep. Nope.
thing.
Yep. Yep.
I
No,
don't.
when
I'm
I
I
not
do it
drink,
drinking.
another.
I'm a very happy drinker.
Drinking and smoking do the same thing for me to get me in this procreation mode.
Rum does that to me.
Tequila.
Blue motorcycle. Look up what's in a blue motorcycle.
What's in a blue motorcycle?
Yeah.
Gasoline.
You think?
Ethanol. Ethanol.
I had 7 of them. I had a son.
Do you have any memories? What you did after that?
No. I think Grim took over and had fun.
He might have kept you alive.
Well, it kept me alive just enough to have a 17-year-old son.
So, Grim.
Yeah. Yes, Grim made the baby.
Oh wow.
It's a lot of alcohol mixed together. A whole lot.
Well,
Yeah.
that's
Like a
similar
whole
to
like
sex on the beach. I like
girl.
those.
On my 18th birthday, my parents took me out to the bar for the first time, and I got to drink free all night long. And I was drinking Colorado Bulldogs. I don't know if y'all know what those are. They're very sweet. Sweet drinks make you puke a lot.
Yes.
My mom and I were hugging the toilet together. That was the weirdest freaking night I ever spent in my whole life with my parents. My mom and I hugging the toilet together, and my dad out in the outside the bathroom door yelling at us we were taking up the bathroom. was a very weird experience.
I don't know. My experience was, why is the Earth quaking?
The earth quaking.
Earth was quaking.
The earth was quaking.
Yeah, it looked like the Earth was just earthquaking.
Oh, I've had those where you lay on the bed and you think I can feel the earth moving. You know, it's the earth is. I can feel the earth spinning, and I'm going to fall off because it's spinning faster and faster. That's a fun. That's a fun experience.
Stop the world and let me off.
Yes. Yeah.
I've had those
Absolutely.
mornings. I
All
have
I know is
a
I heard, I'm going to go to sleep. Okay. 2 weeks later, congratulations. I'm having a baby. You're a daddy. What? When did this happen? Well, she goes, well, you see, first there's the man and the woman. I'm like, oh my God, no, I already know that. But yeah, I don't remember anything of what happened. Grim does, though, apparently. He laughs about it.
Uh huh.
Well, my dragon can do whatever she wants. I can't get pregnant, but maybe
Right.
she she might be able to have a dragon baby. I
Then
don't
there's
want to
some,
give a dragon baby though.
then there's some people have conversations they don't remember having.
Oh, I've had that experience. People tell me
Or they
that I
wear
said things
sunflower
that I was like,
dresses.
mm.
Or they say they don't have sunflower dresses, but I know I seen one.
Oh yeah, I bet you Honey has. Honey said she's had lots of earth moving days and nights.
I did too back then.
Yeah. Oh yeah, a long time ago, back in the olden days.
Things were really different in
Thank God before cell phones.
California in the mid 70s. You'd meet somebody. I mean, you'd just be walking down the street and somebody pass a lit joint. You take a hit, pass it on. You know that happened a lot,
Oh, I
and
wish I had had that experience. My experience was a whole totally different thing.
and you'd meet somebody and they'd look up and say, "You want to fuck?" You know, I mean,
Oi!
Oh yeah.
sorry,
Entertainment
Entertainment
purposes
purposes
only.
only.
yeah,
TikTok.
sorry.
We
Anyway,
all would have.
things were a lot different,
Yep, a lot different.
and I
Well, in the
really
small town
thought,
I grew up in,
I really
it was.
thought when we got older that the world would be a much better place than it is. You know,
They
I'm really
lied.
disappointed, and
Well, we thought it was going to be like the Jetsons.
well, that always seemed kind of far off to me, but I just thought we would be more about peace and love rather
My
than
brother was
the
thoroughly
same old thing.
convinced. My brother was thoroughly convinced that the Flintstones was the future, and that's what we were going to be with the Flintstones. And I was like, I think he's made it. I think he's made it to his reality. I think he has.
Thinking you're gonna get the Jetsons, but you get the Flintstones.
Yeah, the Flintstones.
The part that I wish that we had from the Jetsons that would have helped me a lot in the past year and a half would be if we had one of those machines that you just tell it what you want to eat and out pops the plate of food that you want.
Oh yeah,
And also Rosie the maid would have been helpful too.
yeah. Rosie
I
would be
just want a
nice to
car I can
have.
put in a briefcase.
A car you can put in a briefcase.
Yeah.
Well,
We
they have the
actually have a
fold-up
lot of the
motorcycles now.
Jetsons. If you think about it, we have, you know, vacuums that vacuum,
Yeah, you got
Zoom,
robo vacuums. Yeah,
Zoom, Teledoc. We have a lot of the Jetsons. Just we don't have flying cars,
yeah.
but maybe we do.
We
We
don't have.
do
Well,
actually.
Yeah.
we probably could have if it
No,
wasn't
we do
for
have them. They've actually started showing them.
yeah.
Yeah, they
I have
actually
a
started showing them. Japan did.
I want a self-driving car so I can actually have a car that drives itself and drive me places, and I won't have to have anybody to take me anywhere.
well. If I live closer to you, I would drive you around. I'd
Aw,
drive
Bean, that's
everybody
sweet.
everywhere. And I'm really good with the wheelchair too, if you need one.
Yeah.
And I also
Yep.
drive the widow wagon.
They
Aw,
also
that's so
got little
sweet.
drones.
That's a
They also got
family
like
joke.
2-man drones that you two or 1-man drones that you set the coordinates to and it flies and lands.
Wow.
Yeah. Well,
Oh,
that's what they're going to use for deliveries.
I
I
saw
think those are
one the
they're
other day.
using drones for deliveries now here in Burleson. They've got the Kroger was delivering groceries with a drone the other day. I
Yeah, I've
heard. I
seen
was like, "What? Are you kidding me?"
videos of drone deliveries, but also I did see a flying car. I can't think of the word that I'm looking for, but it's it's basically like a drone you can sit on. It has, like 4 or 5 drones around it flying it. It's basically what it is.
They also had to fly motorcycles too.
I like that.
I thought
I'm looking.
motorcycles always flew.
I'm looking
All the
forward to
ones
my
I always
flight.
knew did.
Oh, the one I had flew right into the middle of the lake. I don't think I ever told you guys that one.
No, I don't think so.
So I have so many questions. How do I figure out the one I'm supposed to be focusing on when I go in and ask? And I try and go deeper. Although I actually
What?
don't really have to. I can just ask and I get answers. But I have a million questions and I know I don't ask them the right way to get the answers that I want or need or think I need, I guess.
Well, yeah, you have to ask the universe the right way because if you ask the wrong question, it's gonna give it to you, and sometimes you don't like the answer.
Well, it's never that I don't like the answer. It's just that I keep getting more things popping up instead of getting an answer. So I'm guessing that I'm just not asking the right questions or focusing on the right ones.
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
yeah. Who is smacking?
Can you give us an example?
Yeah.
Can you give us an example of a question you ask that you don't get the answer to?
Well, for one, I have like this galactic federation team here hanging out. They're always with me, and I don't know who they are. So I asked for one being like, "Are you my mate?" And that's when I got the wolf.
We're gonna have to do a private
They're having
session.
okay.
Yeah, I agree. That'd probably be better not on a live.
Sorry.
I
No,
mean,
that's okay.
you
I
have
thought in
1,000
general.
questions, and I think I'm gonna have to take you in there myself and help you out with that.
Just because, like in
Plus,
general, the answer is always go within, which I
Mm-hmm.
totally am for that, right? Like before all this stuff, I shut off and disconnected from everything except from Hallmark 2 years ago, right? But so I can go within, and I think that might be a question that other people have. Like, go within and do what? Like, I'm sure everybody that just starts or is just opening up has 1,000 questions. They may
We'll
not
get
shoot
there.
them rapid fire like I do, but I thought it would be a good conversational point. Sorry.
No, there's a lot. You came out with just like a Gatling gun full of questions that it would probably be all night for that one. Um, but yeah, we if you do it a private session, we could do that because I've helped River here. I've helped a few of them in here with that, and I can help you too.
And another thing I've learned over the years, when you finally get an answer to the question, that just leaves 100 more questions. More
Right.
questions and more. So you never get them all answered. It just.
That I understand. I mean, I get that.
But
there's always more
I think
questions.
I could
right?
answer some of that.
But I think that a private session would be best because
Echo when you
things
can.
there's some things that you might learn answers to, you might not want the rest of us to know. That's why I suggested a private.
Oh, well, yeah, there's things I'm absolutely not saying. Right? So I just focusing how to focus a question, because that's always the answer you get, or even if you're watching all videos, it's always like, go in and ask. But I thought maybe there was a trick on how to focus and like kind of make it laser
I
point.
suggest, what is it that you actually feel in relation to you now and the synchronicities of your actual present human experience? All the things you've gained, what have you went through, why? What's the connection? Who is that person that's trying to connect to me? Who is this ship at? Where's the ship from? Who is this? So for me, like, okay, is it my higher self trying to connect? Is it just another being who's just trying to connect with me for help for them? Stuff like that. Like, I'm questioning, like, you have to find out. But really the first thing I would question is connecting to who you actually are. Not why is there some ship by me? But that's me, and that's what would be my example. Because that doesn't happen for me. Like, I don't get to see those things. I see energy. And I'm starting to see more of the Ascended Masters. I'm seeing Buddha a lot more. But that's me. So I suggest, how are you related to that ship as you are now? I'm pondering and wondering this, and also asking God's source, give me the answer, please. I'm humble, and always be grateful and gratitude of everything you do. And then ask for details. When I meditate, I sit and things come to me. Just these images. What is this image about? Like, I had a rabbit soldier come to me the other night. What is this? I went to the rabbit hole. He's having a party, like he's having a good time. I thought it was him. So I'm like, who is this rabbit? And then I see something today about this rabbit problem. Like, it was a glimpse on MSN. I'm like, oh, is that related for me? I don't know. That's the things that I do. Look at synchronicities. And we're out of sync or something, because it's like there's a lot. I'm having a great time, but this is
No, thank
there's a
you.
lot of
Thank you.
lives that's been doing this for me. You're welcome.
A lot of lives doing what to you?
Chopping in and out. My frequency has been raised, elevated so much that everybody is just like, I'm hearing feedback, bad, echo, don't matter what's going on. I'll take myself off Bluetooth, I'll probably still hear it. But I was hearing it without Bluetooth. But even I have Bluetooth just now on, I'm still getting echo.
Yeah, it's been bad lately.
Oh, if that's the case, then it's the world frequency. I thought it was just me getting affecting other people. Oh, then
No,
that's
it's all
different.
of us, sweetie. It's the world. It's the
I
world
thought
frequency.
like my own personal energy has been all over the place and spiking and too high,
Yeah.
and I gotta bring it down and
Yeah,
chill.
so you want to
And
settle and stay
I think
focused.
it's
Yeah,
being around all the dragon energy
balanced.
that brought my dragon up. I I had no clue I had a dragon, but the dragon energy was so intense in here
Oh,
that night that I just closed my eyes and boom, there's the dragon.
Don't start with it. Sorry.
yeah. There's somebody saying something about learning to teach people on TikTok how to ride their dragon. I'm like, uh, I'm a dragon. I don't need to ride myself. But I'm just saying
It
that's
was a
like I guess
very
for
cool.
people
It
who are
was actually a
familiars
very
with.
cool video. It was a very cool
She,
video.
yeah, I'll find it, or Bean, if Bean knows where it is, we can send it to you.
I can forward it. Hey, I really like
Okay.
that.
Yeah, maybe
That
Mel sent it, but somebody. Oh, go ahead.
yeah, I really like that post with the history on Yeshua. It resonated. I really like that.
Oh yes, that one. Yes, I pulled that stuff from the Galactic Federation's website. I'm not the website on YouTube. There's, that's where a lot of my like the videos that I post about the Lyrans, about me as who I am as a starseed, the Blu-ray. All of that's coming from YouTube, and then I just reposted it as I'm like screen recording from my phone, and then I'll just uh, upload it to TikTok because it's coming from YouTube already. That's the type of stuff that I get into. Like it just comes to me. That's the connection that I find with me and who I am familiar with and who I think I am.
Hello, William. So, as I said earlier, that we have some people that like to do voice to text. So, if we wouldn't mind not talking over each other, that would help the live. Thank you.
Why do I bum you out, honey?
So, if you wouldn't mind hitting likes, share,
I don't know, Mac. I think
do
you
some donuts.
you came in with so much energy it just flopped me out of the live. I just flopped out.
Really? Wow. I haven't done that since I was with Carnival Barker.
Well, stop it. I'm back. It's okay. My bath got cold.
I don't know what I'm doing over here.
What I was gonna tell Bina is that I've been sending out all these Cryon videos because I'm going back and revisiting a lot of the ones. And he's been putting out things the last couple of years. And one of the ones he really has been stressing over the last 2 years is leaning into your innate. That's one of his favorite words is innate. It's what is innately inside you, what you already know, your Akashic records. You bring those with you from all of your previous experiences. And so you lean into your innate, and many of your answers are there because you've already solved them in other lives. Does that make sense?
It does. Yeah, the Akashic records. I haven't gotten there yet. I know what they are. I haven't gotten there yet, but it does
Yeah.
make sense.
All it is tapping into your inner self. It's your DNA. It's what makes you up. All your ancestry DNA that connects to you as all your evolutional states, your iterations as a human being and elsewhere. It's all that information. It's in you right now. Because this is like the end point or whatever, So you're at the final critical point, what side you're going to be with. We know what side you're with, but that's what it is.
Yeah, I'm getting that, and I actually know that. I feel that, like I know it. That I know. I just need to go get the answers.
You've really come a long way. I think we all have.
I have. It's insane the amount of energy that I can take in now, and that I take in, and I actually felt myself get a download on Friday, which was wild because I never felt that before. But I'm starting to understand all the different, like everything feels different. Like I could always see different. I could always feel energy. I always kind of just knew when to stay away, knew when someone needed help, like that kind of thing. But now it's at such a different level. It's crazy.
I know I was feeling downloads and didn't really know what they were. And then when I came on TikTok like 3 years ago and was able to hook up with different people who could help, because I'm trying to read about it, I'm trying to research something. I don't really know what I'm looking up, you know? And there were people who were just telling me these things. Well, that's a download. That's you're getting downloads. That's what's happening to you. And I was so excited, and I just learned that first year on TikTok with so many different spiritual people. I learned so much from them. And Greg asks me all the time, well, why are you always on TikTok? Why are you always talking to those people? And it's like, well, because they know what I'm talking about. They know the questions I'm asking. They know how I feel. I can't talk to you, weirdo. So I'm just so excited that we have this community.
Nobody wants to talk over anybody else.
Being polite. Yeah. See what it is I thought I had tinnitus, so when I went to the VA, checked it out because I was hearing beep in both ears. This was 5 years ago. I don't have it. I have perfect hearing, pretty much, for my age, right? So I just tested it, see, but I was been hearing things for like 3 to 4 years prior. Just and then I hear people's voices. Um, I'll hear people call my name. I don't know where. Like I said the other day, like what 2 weeks ago, I heard my name, Matt. Like, who the heck? It came from the sky somewhere. I'm inside the house. Oh, but I see energy. I can see energy itself. Like that's why I can see auras and vibrations and stuff. That's what I can do. I guess that's why I can manipulate reality itself.
Well,
Oh yeah, think about that.
I can
Oh, I
really
wanted to say,
relate to you, Bina, with your husband. My husband is extremely logical. Like he thinks in concrete blocks, like comic strips. They're all linear, and that's how he thinks. And then here I am, just thought flowers all over my head and I'm pushing them out all around me. And he has a hard time following anything I'm trying to tell him, and he immediately dismisses me because he tells me
Well,
that's not logical.
see, the difference is you didn't break yours. I broke mine.
Uh,
He
I, I
he,
haven't been able to break
he
mine
goes with
yet.
he he he's 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 open to it because I did one of those dumps like you did the other night, and I just like I've been kind of seeding it, and I just kind of did one of those dumps the other night. And he listens. He's open to it, but he's stubborn. I keep trying to give him more hints about his dragon, but living with me truly is like living with Lucy. So he's he's kind of used to it. And stuff happens around me always, like because of the energy thing, And whatever I have, a gnome or one of the like, there's always been with me, and they'll zoom around sometimes, and he sees it, and they play with the lights and stuff. So he's a lot more open to it. I think I just have to bring him around a little bit more, or he just he goes with the flow, I guess.
He
Otherwise.
he was kind of freaked out though, because like my sister had already given me a lot of information about what I was supposed to call my brother about. And I had been telling him, well, this and that and this and that. And he's like, how do you know that? And I'm like, well, my sister's telling me. And he's like, you don't talk to your sister. And I said, well, the other one. And he's like, oh my God, no, don't, no. And I said, yeah, she's been telling me all this stuff and I need to call him and see what's going on. So I called him. And sure enough, all the things that she was telling me turned out to be true. And that was why she wanted me to call. And so when I told him that, he was pretty freaked out. And then I kind of laid it on him that one of our very best friends transitioned last year. And it was very difficult for both of us. And my friend came to me. He went to my other friend first because I evidently was not hearing him because I was too sad. And so he went to her and made her call me to tell me to stop it and to tell me that he was fine and to stop being like that so he could actually communicate with me. And I kind of laid that on him too. He was pretty freaked out about that as well. And I had already told him that his mother had come to me. And he just kind of blew that off, and he didn't want to talk about that at all. And so, I've been telling. He asked me today. He said, "Why are you so weird? Why did I not know you're so weird?" And I said, "You've known. I've been telling you. You just don't listen to me. You don't want to hear me. You don't want to believe me." And so, like, we're both in the car, trapped 600 miles a day for 3 days in a row. And so we were a little irritable today. It got a little irritable today. I'll admit it.
I can appreciate that. I know, and I've gone overboard. You can feel it, but it's that dragon energy. I can feel it's dragon energy. It's wild. I think I always could, but I have that. I have that knowing. Like I always just know stuff, and so he can't really. I'm right when I know stuff. He's open enough to at least start. To think about it or accept it.
One of the last road trips I went on with my husband, we got a flat about 3 o'clock. I was big pregnant, and I laid a tarp on the ground in the middle of the road and laid on it and prayed for a truck to come. That's the truth.
Really? Wow.
Did it work?
Oh.
I suggest this, ladies. Give through your higher self. Give your problem to God, Source itself.
Yeah.
To connect from that love energy down to your partner's higher self. Allow them to gradually be able to accept you as you are. And the same thing for you. Allow the process to be and let it unfold. But if your intention is to keep them, which you do, give it to God's source always. If it's in the plan of your divine plan for you to be you, they will come. If they're meant to separate, you have to accept it. I've done that with my family members. And some of them with me, some of them just like, oh, they don't know anything about me. And the only one that's really with me is the woman, my sister. And like, come on, really? There's that thing. She's like the only one that's attached for me. But the point is that I pulled them. I talked to their highest self through a mirror at the very beginning last year. Hey, I don't have to do this. I could just imagine it and then things work. So I'm just suggesting it because it helped me and my family And it is working because it's about intention, allowing the process, and giving everything to your higher self, through your higher self, to God itself. And always be grateful about whatever you're doing.
Well, when I had my session with my higher self, what she told me was that I needed to back off, that I was being the same thing as a Bible thumper, except now I'm being a spiritual thumper. And he's like covertly watching Church of Christ church services on YouTube. You know what I mean? He's hiding it from me because he doesn't want to talk about it.
Your husband is watching Church of Christ sermons?
Yes, yes, and he hides it from me, but I can see his YouTube history on my phone. He's an idiot.
Oh
So,
my God. Tell
and
him that your friend Suzanne says, too much trauma, dude. Don't do that.
right. But my higher self told me to cut it out, to leave him alone, that we have a destiny. And I've always known that. I've always known that we've had, like from the moment I saw him, I knew that we were supposed to do this thing. And I've been knowing for the last 30 years that I couldn't leave him, even though there were times. I knew that it's going to work out. We made a pact, and we're going to work it out, and we're going to do this together. And he's going to have his epiphany. He's going to have it. I know that. And she confirmed that. But she told me I have to back off. I have to leave him alone and quit bugging him and actually be more of a mirror, like to show him that it's better my way. Not better, but you know what I mean.
It
Less
is
trauma
another
than
way.
Church of
It's
He
always
Christ. I
just
know
another
has
that
way
to
for
of
sure.
life.
accept you, that's all. And the rest will all roll out the way it's supposed to.
And
He
yes,
will. Give him time. And he will.
he
I know
will.
he will.
Yes, because I've offered him multiple times to go find a new wife, and he's not going to do it. So, um, I mean, he knows we're meant to do this, and we're going to finish it out together, and we're going to do the thing together. We know that, and so I just have to. But oh my God, he's annoying. He is so annoying. I need counseling.
As a friend of mine said, not all salmon swim upstream at the same pace.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he feels the same way you do.
I
Yep.
know. I know.
Whenever I get frustrated,
He'll get there.
I, I think that way. I put myself and think, oh my God, he feels the same way I do. And then, I pivot because it's two sides.
I
It's
know
not always
that.
easy.
And I was like, I could hardly wait to finish dinner and come get on the live so y'all could tell me that, because I knew you would.
Oh,
Mm. But we're just gonna have a
you needed that
wonderful.
extra support.
Yes, we both need support, but he can. He's gonna YouTube his pastor tomorrow while I'm out here tonight. But we're just gonna have 6 more. Well, actually, we'll have. Let's see. We'll have 8 more days of a whole bunch of fun, and then we'll start our trek back home and be cooped up in the car together again.
Well,
So
you just need to
Where are you at
be
now? What are you doing?
in the present.
yeah, we're in Massachusetts, Virginia. Is that how you say it? Massachusetts, Virginia, and we have a timeshare that we've had for, and they offered us a free trip. All we had to do was get here, and it's like it's like a neighborhood, like a neighborhood of duplexes. They have the main resort that's about 3 miles down the road, And then they have this whole neighborhood of duplexes. So we're staying here for free for 6 days. And yeah, 6 days. And it's there's also it's this resort evidently is very well known. They have a water park. They have a big golf course. They have waterfalls and all sorts of lookouts and hiking, historic areas. What is that noise?
What are you doing, Paul?
Huh?
It
I
sounds
was
like
looking in
a
the
lot of
bag for
noises.
something.
Oh, okay, sorry. It
Did you get some
sounded
Halloween
like rain.
candy?
Sounded like
No.
rain. It sounded like rain sticks. Anyway, so there's like a whole bunch of historic things to do around here. Plus, he's going to get in his hiking, and I can do my museums, and we can walk in the woods and do whatever. And then go to DC at the end of this week. We'll go to Washington and see what we see there. And
I have a great idea.
we've got things
How about you guys
museums
both do
planned.
something together that you both don't do?
What?
I suggest the Holocaust Museum.
Yes, we're going there. So then that was.
It's an amazing, amazing museum. I learned so much.
Mhm. We're going to first. We already have reservations for the Ford Theater, and we're getting reservations for the Holocaust, and we're trying to decide between the science, the Smithsonian, the Science Museum, or the History Museum. We're trying to decide because we may not have time to do it all because that mall is huge. You could end up walking like 12 miles, they said. So,
I've read you can go to the museum every day, all day for
ever.
I don't. It's an ungodly amount of time in order to see everything. My personal favorite is like the natural museums where you see mummies and dinosaurs and that kind of stuff. But that's just me. I've been to the Smithsonian, and no matter what part you go to, I don't think you'll be disappointed.
So, would the History Museum be the one that would be the dinosaurs and all that stuff? Because we're trying to decide if we want to do the history or if we want to do the space. The space.
I believe the Natural History Museum is where you'll find the mummies and dinosaurs and stuff. I will Google it for you, but that's what I'm pretty sure of. That's what I like so much in Chicago. Because I wanted to go to theirs because I wanted to see Sue, and I did.
Yeah, that's the only one I've been to.
I've been to a lot of them. I've been to the one in L.A., Chicago. I
We
imagine
have the art
Atlanta.
museum down in Bentonville in Walmart.
Mm-hmm. Bentonville. Yeah. Yeah, I've been to there. I have family there. I think I've told you that.
Yeah, you have.
Yeah.
There's Crystal Bridges there, but they don't have a natural history
That's what I'm talking about. I've been
like
to.
an art
So
museum.
we're still trying to decide if that's what we were trying to decide if we were going to walk, ride the bikes, do the e-bikes, or do the scooters. But
I would say
they
the
also have
Smithsonian.
trams. The Smithsonian. Well, the Smithsonian has like a bazillion different museums just inside the Smithsonian. I mean, you could go in there and never come out.
Okay,
So,
yeah, I looked it up. And it's the Smithsonian National Museum of Natural History. That's what I thought.
Okay.
That's where
That
you'll
was
see
that time.
which museum has the most dinosaurs. It's housed in the Tianyu,
What city was that?
Washington,
DC.
Washington D.C.
That's probably the one we'll do then. Because
Yeah.
we were trying to decide between the two. So that's probably the one we'll end up doing then.
Let's see. What's the biggest dinosaur? The Patago. I don't know. I've never heard of this. Patagot.
It's Brim. What are you talking about?
Titan. Patagotitan is the
Patago.
largest known dinosaur. I didn't know that. I've never even heard of it.
Well, he was talking to me about the Holocaust, and he was saying, I know you want to go there really bad, but everybody's told me it's really depressing. And I'm like,
I sobbed all the way through it. I cried all the way through, but I'm so glad I went. I think I think it should be mandatory for everyone to go.
I do too. And I told him, I said, it should be sad. I mean, I went to the one in Germany, and we were there all day long, and we were all crying, like the whole group of us crying through the entire thing. It was awesome, but yes, it was a little overwhelming.
And the Holocaust Museum, when you go in, you could
You're
get
breaking
a
up really.
booklet.
You're breaking up really bad. I can't.
You're going through with and experienced it.
Can't
And
hear you.
museum with your book, and then at the end you find out what happened to that person. But
Like the Titanic.
God, if anybody can go through that museum and not be affected, they ought to just be put down on the way out. In my opinion, they must be such low density that they can't feel.
Yeah. We did the Titanic one
What
in
if they were just
Branson,
hiding it?
and that's what we did. Is we picked a person and followed that person throughout the museum, and then at the end found out what happened to our person. Is that what you're talking about? Suzanne?
I always wanted to
Did
go
you
to
hear me,
Smithsonian.
Suzanne?
Yeah. And then I said something that I shouldn't have said, so it's just as nobody heard it.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Is it so?
Yeah, I
Is it
can
like,
hear you.
is it like that where you pick a person and you follow that person throughout the whole museum, and then at the end you find out what happened to them?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I know I cried when we went through the Titanic. I cried the whole time we were in there.
Where did you do that?
Brant-
Where was that?
In Branson, when we went to Branson one time.
I saw it, and we didn't go in there.
Yeah. Well, don't they take the Titanic one around? They take it and park it somewhere for a few months and then take it somewhere else?
I think so.
I don't know about I think the one in Branson is always there because they built that building to look like the Titanic. So I think it's always there. But I think there is a traveling Titanic exhibit though.
Right, because I was reading that they were going to take one to San Antonio and park it there for a few months, and there was a lot of advertisement for people coming to see it there. Everybody was excited something was coming to Texas that didn't involve guns. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do.
That's cool.
Did so? Did Sonia ever come back, or did she come back? She came back, didn't she?
Yeah, she came back, but she's gone again.
Mm.
Yeah, she came back, had troubles again, and left again.
Mm.
Ooh.
What's it?
Is that what was that about?
What's in
That was
Shreveport?
great.
What's in Shreveport, Diane?
It was just a synchronicity, I guess, because I didn't know he did it.
That was wild. The two of y'all did it at the same time, vocalizing all of a sudden, both of you at the same time.
I know, right?
Oh, I see you, Sonia. So what about Shreveport, Diane? Oh, the Titanic there.
Yeah.
I
Oh.
wanted to go when we went to Shreveport. I wanted to stop and gamble. He wouldn't let me.
You don't need to waste no money like that. Come on, unless you really are really hyped. No, seriously, if you are hyped, oh, I got this, no problem. You go in here, you win. It works, but I just don't. I don't care for gambling, but I know I can do it. I just don't care for doing it.
Well, I used to do this thing where I would take, like, when we would be like really low on money, when my husband was a private in the army and we weren't, like, our pay wasn't very good, and we'd be like we'd like have $10. I'd go and take that $10 and turn it into 50 or 130 by buying scratch offs. And I always knew when I could get the scratch. I don't know why I knew. I just always knew that the certain ones that I bought that I would get winners, and it worked. And the little lady and little man that owned the store thought I was some kind of witch. They were just like amazed at me.
I
They're
did
like,
that. I did that when the kids were little, and we didn't always have a lot of money. And he's such a tightwad anyway. And I would
mm-hmm.
go buy the scratch offs because I knew like something
You just
would
get a feeling
come.
about them. Yep.
Yes, and they would say, "Go get one at this store," and I'd go and I'd win $50 or $100, and then I wouldn't tell him. I'd just go.
I always told my ex. I always told my husband. He always knew I was doing it, and he was like, "That just freaks me out that she can do that." But I would
Yeah.
also predict songs on the radio all the time too, which that tripped him out worse than anything else, which is weird.
Yeah, I know people can do that. You're like, why would you do that? Like, teach me how to do that. That's what I'll be wondering.
I always know who's on the phone. I mean, back in the day when you had landlines,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I would know who was calling, and my second daughter got that gift. If it is a
My
gift.
mom always knew when the phone was going to ring. She would say, "Y'all, somebody answer the phone," and then it would ring. It would be like, "What?"
Women have a better connection already because you're already with unconditional love naturally. Some women are not, but it's like some men are like me. Most women are not like me.
Well, my brother and I we're 2 years apart. He's 2 years older than I am, and we were like twins growing up. We did everything together, and just hung out and finished each other's sentences. And but he has become the one of the most unenlightened people I think I know. However, he can go to the casino and walk out of there with several $1,000s every single time he goes. And
Mm-hmm.
he has the same type of gifts I do. He knows who's
I don't believe in
calling.
myself to do that. That's why I don't care for gambling.
Well, he knows who's calling. He knows if someone is going to call. He knows if bad news is coming. He knows what it is. I mean, he's very similar to me, but he's become very unenlightened in so many other ways that I'm surprised that those gifts have lasted with him. You know, he's
You say he's your opposite, so perhaps he could be in some type of another shard of what you are.
my bro-
Mm-hmm.
my brother my brother and I were just alike. We were literally like
You
twins.
still are. He's just fighting against it.
Maybe.
It's fear. It's fear.
Yeah, he's fighting against it or
It's
he's
fear
going another
based.
direction.
It's
Well,
fear based, though.
It could be
I
fear. Yeah,
I
maybe.
told him that's why he makes fun of me so much is because he knows he knows what I know. He does what I do,
Mm-hmm.
and it scares him, so he makes fun of me. And I
My
don't know.
younger sister does that to me and kind of makes fun of me, but more follows me. She follows me. I talked to her earlier today, and it's like she's doing great. So
You need to fix your hours.
Yeah, because she was up at 4 a.m.
Um, well, I know
need to go on
Tina was
earlier.
talking about always being awake. At between 3 to 4:30, and that's been me for 50.
There's no demons around.
I, for 50 years, literally, I will be awake at like 3 o'clock, almost on the dot. Stay awake until around 4:30, and go back to sleep.
Yeah, I've been doing that lately. Saying around like 4 o'clock, go to sleep. I mean, not 3 o'clock in the morning, and just go to sleep then. Waking up about 8, 9, 10 o'clock now. That's my routine now. It's like because of the change of the timing,
Oh
the
yeah.
solar. That's
Mhm.
why I think
Uh-huh.
it's going on.
Well, my situation, I was having that where I was waking up like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning every morning, every morning, every morning. My
Mhm.
dogs got so used to it now. If I don't wake up, they wake me up.
Yeah, you got them in a
They're like,
habit.
yeah, they're like on a schedule now, and I'm like, dudes, okay, let me sleep through this because like I'm not waking up this time. Leave me alone. No, you got to wake up. Okay. So they're controlling my sleeping habits now.
Glad I don't have pets.
Oh, I love pets. I couldn't live my life without my dogs. Literally could not live my life
I'll give
without
me a
my
cat,
dogs.
maybe. I'm going to give me a lynx. I'm thinking about that.
I had a lynx stalk me when I was a kid.
I don't
It kept
know.
showing up in weird places.
Ooh,
Showed
My
up in our
daughter,
sexy.
garage.
Come here,
my
little
daughter
pussy
had
kitty
me.
cat.
My daughter
No, it
had
was
me
not
face.
being friendly.
My daughter had me FaceTime my cat tonight because he's so upset. I told her that would
Aww.
probably only made him worse. But she's kind of stuck at my house. She's on call this weekend, so she's doing all her computer work from my house because the cat is in distress. So she just FaceTimed me so he could hear me talk. That's so funny. He's, I think he was sent to me, that cat.
Oh, you know he was.
Yeah.
Yeah, River, you're going to have to drop down and come back up then,
Oh,
maybe.
your kitty is missing you.
Yes, he's missing me terribly this time. He still hasn't
Oh.
gotten over us being gone so long in the summer,
Mm.
and he knew something was up while we were packing, so he got pretty upset. But Tara said he was very distressed today, so she had to. She was over there sitting with him, holding him and petting him while she was working on the computer. She's
Well, that's
on call
cool.
this weekend. So, yeah, my house is closer to the hospital. Her house is about 20 minutes out. We don't have a real big town. I think our census is like 150. But still, she's all the way the other side of town. So she's kind of using our house as a base, as her off, because it's closer to the hospital. And she can spend time with Rudy because he's distressed. I thought it was sweet of her, though. What are you doing, Paul?
What is it?
You're
He
oh, you're
said he's
eating.
eating.
Mm. I kind of discerned that out of the. Ooh, those are some.
That's one of my
Yum City,
favorites. I like
man.
those. That's exactly one of my favorites, dude. That's awesome.
Mm,
Mm-hmm.
I forbade myself to buy any candy, so I had a sweet tooth, so I had to make me some sticky biscuits.
Hershey's with almonds too. Oh, you got the caramel one too. Oh, yummy.
Oh, you're evil.
Mm-hmm.
you are evil.
Totally evil showing all of that.
Whatever.
How dare you?
That's fun. That's funny, Bina, because I had a cat like that too. He would sit between us.
So what, Trina?
He would always sit between us and put one paw on his leg and one paw on my leg, but we couldn't get too close because he was in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
I had a little Yorkie that every time I'd leave the room, it would growl and snarl and show its teeth at my boyfriend.
Mm.
I come back and it'd be just like sweet, being sweet. He'd say, "That dog hates me," and I'm like,
Oh
"No,
my
she does
God!
not."
Wow.
She would,
that's
yeah. Every
funny.
time I'd walk out and come back in, she'd be like, "Eh." And I never caught her though. She always heard me coming back. I never caught her, but my mom said she saw her do it before. And I was
I
like,
had a
"Oh,
cat
you
that
little
used to do
evil
that.
tinker."
Well, they have great intuition. You should have listened.
Yeah, and I ended up marrying that
That's
dude because I was
awesome,
married to him
yo.
for 27 years. I should have known better.
You
I
should
should have
have.
listened to Ginger. I should have listened to Ginger. She was a smart little girl.
Good
Womp
night.
womp.
Yeah.
Oh, your cat was named Ginger.
And my
Good night,
dog's name. She was a dog. She was a Yorkie.
love you
Her name was
too.
Ginger.
Oh, your
I
dog. My
had a
fault.
cat.
It's
I had a
okay.
cat,
Good
and
night, Sonia.
he
Good
used to
night,
be with
Sonia.
me all
Sweet
the
dreams,
time. But
sweetie.
anytime I
Love
had
you.
a woman over, and I would leave the room, he'd
Night,
go up and
Sonia.
pound.
Bye.
He would take her paw. He would take his paw, pound her in the head, or somewhere in the arm. And then when I walk in, he's all like lovey-dovey. And she goes, "That cat just beat me up."
That's funny.
Yeah.
Mm,
Yeah,
I
no,
know.
that's crazy, cat.
He would take her clothes and run around the room with them.
Did he pee on him? Pee on the clothes?
No, he would just take the clothes, take her shirt or other parts of her clothes, and run around and hide them in the house.
Yeah.
She's like, "What'd you do with my?" I'm like, "Look, I ain't keeping them, okay?" She's like, "That did probably your evil cat." I said, "My cat's not evil." And one day after she left, I'm like, "What'd you do with this stuff?" And I followed him in a whole pile, like hidden in the corner somewhere. I'm like, "Oh."
That's hilarious.
Well,
Something
we
like
got conned
really?
into adopting an evil cat when we were in the military. This other military couple had this. I always wanted a Himalayan. You know what the Himalayans are? They're like that, like the flat face and long hair, like a Persian, but they've got the flat face.
Uh-huh.
Smush face.
Yes, the smush face. Well, this couple, they had one, they were giving it away, and we were like, y'all don't want to take it with you? And she's like, no, we don't. No, we're going back home to Texas, and the cat won't like the heat. And I was like, we're from Texas, so but we're here, so we'll take the cat. So we had the cat for maybe 3 days. And that son of a gun started walking through the house in the middle of the night, telling us to get out, get out, get out. And I tell you what, it still, to this day, me just saying those words, get out, like that, it still gives me the chills up and down my spine. I put that cat outside. I was like, go find another family to hunt. You're not my cat. I'm not dealing with you.
Whack.
I was like, no.
I
And
had
that
a
cat
ferret.
disappeared.
That is crazy.
And then we
I had a
found out
parrot
that
who used to
that we
steal
were like
things.
the fifth. We were like the fifth people that cat had been given to, and they all took it back to those people, and we didn't take it back to the people. I just put it out the door. I was like, no, out. You get out. I'm not normally like that with animals. That animal I was like that with. It
You're
was
saying the
totally
way
not
it
right.
sounded like it said "get out."
No, it
That's the only sound it
said
made, right?
it said get out. Like get out, get out. And I mean it was like a very male demonic sounding voice. It was very creepy. Like very
Mama.
creepy. Yes, no. I was like, no. No.
It was the black cat.
Yeah, he was solid black and he had bright, bright, bright blue eyes. Like his eyes were so bright blue that when you would see him, it was like startling because the eyes were so bright.
Isn't
But
that
no,
kind of rare with a
it's
Himalayan for
very,
them to
I
be
very,
don't
black?
very
know.
rare.
Okay, hang on.
Very rare for them to have light blue eyes. They normally have golden eyes or yellow eyes.
Mm-hmm. And
What
they're
about
not
green
black.
eyes?
They're not normally black, aren't they? Normally almost like a
Like
brownish
a brown
calico.
gray, yeah. Well, they come in varying colors, but not. This one was like mid. I had never seen one that color before, and my mom's best friend raised Himalayans, so I've been around Himalayans my whole life. So I was like, this one's very unique. I figured it was probably mixed with something,
Mm.
it wasn't full blood Himalayan,
It's
but
funny you talked
that was
about the
just
pet.
too freaky.
It's funny you talk about poltergeists. It was funny. I went to this psychic one night. I was like, everyone said, "Hey, you want to go to that psychic?" I'm like, "Sure." I walk in. There was a little old lady. She had glasses. She said, "Look at the poltergeist lady." And I'm like, "Yeah, can you do a reading?" I'm like, "Can you do a reading?" She goes, "Yeah." So she's trying to do my reading, and then one of my friends goes, "Can you do the voice of that lady from Poltergeist?" And she goes in the back room. She comes out. She looks almost like the lady from Poltergeist. She goes, "Carolyn, Carolyn,
Mm.
come into the light, Carolyn."
Mm.
I was like, "Yes, I'm done." I was like, "Nope, nope."
Mm.
Because she kind of
Nope,
freaked
nope.
me out the way she said it, the way she looked. She looked like that little old lady from Poltergeist. I'm like, "That's it. No, I am done. I don't
Mm-mm.
want that read now."
Mm.
No, that freaked, it was too much.
Get out! Get out!
Oh,
Get out! Get out!
Dadgummit, damn it.
oh,
No, that was just too much for me. That was too much for me.
Get out! I can't even do what I'm happy with.
My husband said, should I shoot it? And I was like, hell no, you release that demon out of it. No, don't even shoot it. Are you crazy? No, just put it outside. It'll be fine. It'll go find somebody else to hunt. Freaking cat. Never in my life.
Oh my god! I would be freaking out too, right? But the point is, I would try to figure out what the hell it is. And then
Nope.
if it ain't
Nope,
if they
I
ain't
didn't
saying
want to
anything
know.
else, I'm gonna be like, you can get the fuck out my house. Then
Nope.
yeah.
Nope. It's saying get out was enough. It was no. I was done. Just the way it said it. Just no.
oh, my
I'm
mom
sorry,
had
kitty.
a parrot. My mom had a parrot, right? We picked it up at the pet store, and I'm like, "What a cute parrot." And my mom goes, "Yeah, it's a real nice parrot." And I'm like, "Oh, cool." And then she leaves the room and Pat goes, "Ah, I'm gonna kill everybody. Ah, butter."
Oh.
I'm like, "What?" And then my mother comes in the room. "Ah, Paul, I want a cracker. Paul, I want a cracker." I'm like, "Uh-huh." And then the minute she leaves again, and he said, like, it would say, like, evil things.
Mm.
And I'm like, "Nah." I was like, "That
What is he
it's evil."
saying?
It said, KILL everyone, red rum, um
Okay,
BLOOD.
wow.
It kept saying BLOOD is good, and stuff like that. And I'm like, I was like, no. This bird was big. It looked like it was like she paid like $850 for it. This thing was huge.
Multicolored, like a macaw or a gray?
It was a multicolored. It looked like I was a parrot.
Like a
It,
macaw? Yeah.
yeah. This thing, it had a big ass beak,
Yes.
and it was evil. I swear that bird was evil.
My
We
brother had a
brought that.
macaw for 12 years and it got sick. I mean, because those things live like 80 to 100 years. And
Long time.
he inherited it from someone and it was already like 40 years old. And that bird talked to you like it was another person. It just
Yeah.
had a conversation with you about things. It was
I
really
don't know.
weird.
That bird was evil.
I had a little Quaker parrot. He hated my husband. And he would scream every time when my husband would come home from work, he'd hear the front door open. He'd know it was my husband. He'd start screaming, Matt, 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 because he hated that man.
Oh my
It was a
goodness.
very annoying bird.
Hmm. I liked my
There's a
Quaker.
guy down
But
in Australia right now. His name's Dune. He's a metal player, metalhead like me. But he talking about the magpies down there attack each other and just like they literally round each other up. They were doing it while he was on live the other night. They were like going, "Arr!" They were like roofing themselves up, like, come on, we're gonna go to war. And then they would start beating each other up. That's what he was saying. They were doing that outside. And I was talking about the animals, how they are. He's like, no, man, the animals out here are ruthless out here. They kill each other. And the magpies will come down and peck you in the head. Just do it. And if they don't like you, they just do it. And I was talking, well, I'm going to come out there and be a rude friend. And he didn't mention anything about that. But the fact that he's saying the animals out there are wild, they're all around, right around their porch or where they're living at. But the fact they're crazy. He's saying their animals are nuts. I'm like, dang,
I
that's
want to
really?
see a I want to see a dingo.
Yeah, I
mm,
do. Oh,
I,
dingo. Right. I would say a rude.
that was a cool accent, Paul. Did Brim help you with that?
Yeah.
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 That's fun.
All
The
right,
dingo
babe.
stole your baby.
I loved my parrot though. He was so cool. He had some he was emotionally abused and I was
Emotionally
rehabbing him.
damaged.
And the doctor wanted to put him on medication and I'm like, well, let's try behavior modification first. And that actually worked and he turned into a really good bird. And he flew into the ceiling fan and ended up having a concussion and a head injury.
Poor
And
thing.
I was very sad because, yeah, it ended him about 2 or 3 weeks later.
Mm,
It was very sad because they live a long time too. Birds are really.
yeah.
I won't do it again though. They're messy.
They are very messy. We had some friends
Birds are the first
that asked us
humanoid
to
being that
babysit their
came in
birds for
third
them while they were
dimension.
gone. They had 260 birds in their house. They had a whole room built onto their house just for birds.
Yeah, we had a whole
I heard about
369
Ron
rabbits.
today.
We had 369 rabbits.
Mm.
Oh Lord. I used to raise rabbits, but I didn't ever have that near that many.
Yeah, I think you did mention that. There's a lot of
Yeah,
rabbits.
Susan. Did you ever reset your router?
Hmm.
She has to reset her router.
Reset your router, Susan.
Yeah, that sucks. That sucks when that happens.
I have to reset mine about once a month.
We have to do it every day, every couple days here.
No, that's
Hey,
bad.
Todd.
What, baby?
She's just having all kinds of problems.
I'll
Yeah.
be back.
Okay. I'll miss you. I'll be sad. The live won't be the same. It's going to be terrible. When are you going to be back?
Don't be gone long. We can't live without you. We love you, Suzanne.
I do love her. I mean, I loved her from the very first exchange we ever made. And it was like we knew each other forever. It was really weird how we just connected. And it's like I just knew her forever.
It's like me with Diane.
Hmm. Well, and you and Trina have been friends for a really long time too, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know there are a lot of
I was gonna ask Diane how Ruth is doing.
She's still here? Diane, you still here, hon?
She was a minute ago.
I don't know what it is with Diane, but she got this energy that's so awesome.
Yes, she does.
She's an earth angel.
Earth angel.
That's wonderful.
Earth angel.
Earth angel, won't you be mine?
Oh, we were teasing both you and Suzanne.
Well, y'all were talking earlier about all the dragon energy and how you've always, I think mine just kind of pops out periodically, and I never really knew what it was until I met Paul. That was a possibility. But I think I've always been grounded in the angelic realms.
Yeah, you've been up to angelics.
I knew I had a connection to somehow dragons since the movie Dragonheart. I knew there was something about that for some reason. Why did they make only one movie, basically, right? Of that.
They didn't. They made
And for years,
3
I
or
got
4.
to think about that. And yeah, there's something about that for me.
They made 3 or 4 Dragon Hearts.
What? I only know the second one, and that was like many years later.
I think it's like
I
3
was
or 4.
into the book series Dragons of Pern, the Dragon Riders of Pern, and
I read that whole series. That was
I did
good.
too. Yes, I did too. Anne McCaffrey. Oh my gosh. Did you read Kathleen O'Neill and Michael? Kathleen O'Neill and Michael O'Neill. McCreary.
Yes.
The people books.
Yes.
They're they're as historically accurate as anyone could be. That's what they say.
I can't remember his full name, but it was something MacDonald. He was a sci-fi writer, and he wrote lots of different miniseries, the way Stephen King does.
Mm-hmm.
And he was a big time traveler storyteller.
Do you want to see
I
Honey
think
get
I know
jealous?
who you're talking about.
Don't make me jealous.
Be nice. Don't make Honey jealous. But let's see anyway. Go ahead, Honey. Don't be jealous.
I met Stephen King and I had him sign the first book, Rage, and that book was an ultra rare book. It was like a $500 book. It's probably worth more now, and he signed it.
Yeah.
So I ended up making a couple thousand on it.
I can't believe
My nephew asked his wife to marry him on the stairs of the Stanley Hotel because they loved
Oh, how cool.
that Stephen King so much. Yeah,
We're going next summer. We're going to the Stanley Hotel next summer.
I went there and I had a room on on the first floor.
Oh
Well,
wow.
I'm
I'll
asking.
ask. I'll ask them if I can share their picture on the Stanley Hotel, the stairs, of the Stanley Hotel. I'll ask them if I can. I'll show them to y'all. Them
Okay.
standing on the stairs when he asked her to marry him. It was
Well,
really
Make sure
cute.
you,
I'm
see if you
trying to
can
get
go
him.
there. Well, see if you can go there when when there's nobody else there, just you guys.
No.
Yeah, they were there in off season too, and they said it was so cool because it was like almost like
Hey guys,
you
I'm gonna
know.
go. Y'all have a great night.
You too.
Good
All
Night,
night.
right, Meg.
Megan.
Take care of yourself.
Love you.
Oh, I
Love
will, of
you.
course. You guys too. Love and light. Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Always
love
looking
and
out,
light.
y'all.
Absolutely.
Suzanne, I was going to tell you, I couldn't type it because I was wet, but I tried to type in there that um, they have those liquid pre-filled dispensers, and you plug them into a USB to charge, and then there's only so many pre-fills, and after that you're done. They do have the
Mm-hmm.
refillable kind, but we
What are you?
didn't. You know,
I mi-
you were
I
talking about how you
I
can't.
missed what you were talking.
You were talking
When we
about
were
how
talking
you
about
can't.
smoking.
Yeah, well, you were saying you can't smoke anymore, and I was getting that way too. I couldn't smoke anymore, so my girlfriend, my masseuse, turned me on to the liquid pre-filled, and they don't make you cough,
Yeah.
and you don't hardly ever have to take hardly any. I mean, it's like one or two little puffs or drags, and it's like
Mm-hmm.
you're good for the night.
They
And
will make you cough if you drag too deeply, though.
well, that's true, but
Yeah, because I have done that. I've like, because I thought, it's, I want to get a big hit, a big
you don't
smoke off of it.
you don't want to
No,
mess
you
that
don't.
up. You don't
No,
want to
you
mess
don't.
that one up.
You definitely
But
don't.
my masseuse does. She she has she has stuff like in her freezers. She has it stashed all over her house. Her kids are going to be tearing her house apart when she does pass. And she's the one who actually shared with me so that I could try it first. So when we
Hmm.
went to the last time we went through, we got some when we went to Colorado, and then we also when we went to New Mexico and Arizona. But they are so smooth,
I don't
and
know what you're talking about. What is mushrooms?
no, it's
What mushrooms? What?
no, it's
I like
THC.
mushrooms.
It's
Oh,
the
okay.
green.
Yeah, me too.
It's the green stuff.
I
The
It's
told you how
moss.
my spiritual journey really took off.
it's a mixture between the THC and the CBD.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
There's different ratios you can get for different effects, and
Yes.
we picked out a couple of different ones, and I was gonna bring it with me, one of mine with me, but I thought, man, we're passing through like five
Yeah, you
different
have to be careful.
states.
Yeah.
I didn't really want to, go there, so I just brought my CBD gummies that actually have a little extra in them, I believe.
Yeah.
So I was very jealous of you guys earlier on,
You're like, dadgummit, y'all shut up.
but I did find my CBD gummies, and
Oh,
they
gummies.
have
Thank
just
you.
enough THC in them to make them happy gummies.
I've never
Yeah.
tried the gummies, but I think I should.
You should. Everybody should. We
You
love
got to be
I
gummies.
careful though
would.
because they can be deceptive on you.
Yes, my
Well, I
husband's
know.
like,
Yeah.
he's like, well, I'm only going to take a quarter because I don't do as much as you do, so it's not going to affect me. So he only did the quarter, and I just did my regular. Um, and I was happy, and he was not. So he ended up taking more. Then he's like, "This isn't working fast enough. You're way ahead of me." So he ended up eating the whole thing, and he was just an absolute blast for the next 12 hours. He was so cool. It was so
That's
much
awesome.
fun.
See, that's his real personality because your real personality comes out when you get stoned.
Well,
Oh.
those were our dates. We took all our friends with us in the car. He would pull up to the house, and we had bench seats back then in the Monte Carlo.
Mm-hmm.
And he had
Yeah.
a half pint of Jack Daniels, 2 packs of cigarettes for me, and then all the whatever we wanted. And then I had a really good friend who made all of his own stuff in his bathtub, and he made all sorts of different batches. And he would send me letters and use the dots as punctuation. So you'd have to go through all the letters and remove all the punctuation dots to get it all. It's a wonder we didn't all die. And then we would go out onto my friend's ranch and harvest
No wonder we didn't know that.
the cacti, the peyote.
Mm-hmm.
You get the
Mm.
bud and
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
put them
Yeah.
put it in a milkshake, make your brownies, and pop the little dots and be gone for 3 or 4 days at a
Take a
time.
vacation in your own mind.
Yeah, and we were in high school when we did
Yeah.
this stuff. And there were probably about 12 of us that went everywhere together, piled up. And those were our dates. Was he'd pick me up, and then we'd go get everybody else, and we'd all. That was our date. We drove around in the car at 20 miles an hour because you don't want to drive too fast, and the whole car would be just one big cloud, and you could barely see through the windshield to where you were going. And we'd drive all the back roads, and that's what we did on our date. 3 years, you know. And I really think afterwards, later, I thought, how did I not ruin my children's DNA and all their genetics, you know? Because sure,
Suzanne didn't know what stash meant. She didn't know what we had stashed.
No, she
oh,
did. I was too eager
Yeah,
to help.
too eager to help. Oh, I
mm,
see.
I
I
explained what
see.
stash was.
Oh, I see.
That's what that's about.
Yeah. No, I was like, I I saw that. I was reading it, and I was like, oh no, I don't think that.
well, she's a,
Everybody, I work internationally, so I'm so used to translating just regular words, right? Because
Understand.
mhm.
from
Yes.
state to state to state, everything is different, and then forget about when you get to different countries. But so I just automatically went and explained, like, so,
Hey,
no
it's
offense,
cool.
no offense meant.
Well,
This
she
is a
was,
this room is a no offense happens at all room. We say stuff on a regular basis that we should all get offended at, but we all laugh.
yeah,
Are you all afflicted with the same thing I have? Absolutely no filter.
right. No,
Yes,
I
I don't have much of a one.
I
It's
I
and I
have
have to
very little.
work on my filter when I'm working. Like I have to actually really work on it. I am in perpetual mute, and then I have to think about what's coming out of my mouth because it doesn't stop. It goes from brain as it
Uh,
and it comes out.
yeah, it's like you flip a switch and it's just yeah, yeah.
Oh
I do.
God,
I know. Yes.
I've been working from home for geez, I don't know, almost 30 years. And
wow,
periodically they're like, "Oh, you have to." Well, I travel. I work from the home office, but then I travel to where my customers, and so then they're like, "Oh, you have to go in the office because God forbid anybody could work more than they're supposed to work working from home."
right.
And it was horrible because I wear everything on my face. I was so used to just being able to make faces at the phone, or at the computer.
Yeah.
And I was sitting in a
Yeah.
meeting one time, and the VP is like, "What? You don't like that?" And I was so taken back, and I said, "I don't know what you're talking about." It's like, well, obviously, by the look on your face, I was like, "Oh my God, I'm Irish, so I could spin that."
Did
I
my
was like,
face
"Oh,
say that? It did
yeah,
not
my
have
face said
permission.
my face said you're a freaking moron." But let's put that aside. And I was like, "Oh God, no!" I said, "I was just processing. I was thinking about what you." Oh God, yeah,
That's
yeah.
Mhm.
No
hilarious.
filter anywhere. So shutting up does me
Uh,
no good.
Yeah. Yes, it
Paul,
was always in my after I
Suzanne's
left
Yeah.
wanting to come up.
after I
Suzanne's wanting to
left
come up,
the
hun.
After I left the hospital and went into home case management, and I did not have to go to the office every single day, it was such a blessing to me because in my evaluation year after year, it was, resting bitch face. You have to be pleasant. You can't just say what you think. You can't tell people they're stupid. Those are the things those are rules. There are certain rules that you have to engage in. And I was so sick of the rules. And so it was nice to be able to work out of my car and just go and go into the office only when I absolutely had to. It was the best
I
way.
just want to say, I think if y'all think I didn't know what stash meant,
No,
y'all
I
haven't
fixed
been
it.
paying attention to what I
I
have
fixed.
told y'all
No,
about my
no,
past.
I
no.
fell
I
on my
was
sword,
I was
Susan.
a
It was totally
teenager.
me.
I was a teenager in the 70s, y'all.
Yeah.
I know what a stash is. I
Yeah.
promise.
No, you said you were wanting to know what was being stashed.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Yes, you said,
What was
but
That's
in
what
the
I
but it
thought
was
stash?
she
just
was
a
talking.
misunderstanding.
I thought she was saying they stashed mushrooms all over the house.
Mm. No, we
That would be
Well,
nice
well, no
too.
wonder the kids are looking for it.
we did do that too. We did a lot of. That's why I say, it was so wasted on the youth. We had all of that at our fingertips, and we could have been so enlightened at such
I
an early
did.
age.
I was back
It was
then, and
time.
I was
Right?
I was I was seeing fairies and trolls, and I was on the earth every day. We lived up in the mountains, or we were backpacking every weekend, and then once we moved to the mountains, we were there all the time. So,
Yeah.
and we had a really good source for those things, and
Mm.
I spent a lot of time in the universe.
Yeah. Well, again, it's a wonder any of us made it out of our teenage, early 20 years.
Yeah,
And
Oh,
that's more like it.
absolutely.
I don't
we,
know. We did a lot of things back then, but those things that we did are safer than what they're doing now.
yeah, because
Well,
you
there
don't
were
know what
things like
you're.
We
drunk
didn't have
driving.
we didn't have
Every,
fentanyl. We didn't have,
Yeah.
the things that we had were, the things my friends and I did were plants.
Yeah.
It was all plant medicine. Peyotes,
Most of it was
natural,
plant based. Most of everything
everything.
I did was plant based.
Yeah, that everything we did. Well, there was one thing that wasn't plant based; that was a chemical. But
Well,
we
here,
didn't do a lot of that.
I'm sure in Oklahoma, but I know in Texas too, we have those weeds that grow that I call moonflowers, where the petals are as big as a dinner plate and they just
Uh
grow
huh.
from the garden. And there's an actual name for it. I just have forgotten at the moment what it's actually called. But
That
a
big
lot of
white flower,
what?
the big white flower.
Yeah.
That's all I've ever heard it called.
There's a name for it.
Moonflowers, yeah.
The moonflowers, yeah, but there's an actual name for it. I just can't pull it. But anyway, the kids will go out in the fields and harvest the leaves and crunch them up, roll them up, and just have a great time. But too many of them were dying because you have to be careful. Just like with the cactus, you got to be careful when you're harvesting the
Oh
peyote
yeah.
around the bud. You can get strychnine poisoning from that. And
Yeah.
we did not know that. We didn't know.
I didn't
Uh,
know either.
Plus, you got to dig around in all the cow patties to find them. You know what I mean?
Well, I didn't
God
do
knows
that
what.
stuff. I
God
had
knows what we were
I
putting
had
in our bodies.
friends.
Oh, it's morning glories.
No,
The moonflowers.
they're humongous, white. They only open at night,
Yeah, those are
and
called morning.
no,
Yeah.
they're not morning glories.
Huh.
They're moonflowers, or there's another actual a real scientific name for it, and I can't remember what it is. But they actually had to end up making a law because so many of the country kids were doing that, you know, smoking the leaves, and they were dying or unaliving from it. So they had to make an actual
Leaves.
law
What kind of leaves were they smoking?
from those plants that have the white flowers, the moonflower.
Let me see if
Oh,
this
wow.
is.
I never heard of them doing that.
I'll think of the name here in a little bit. It's just I can't. I'm too tired.
Let me
Which
scroll.
which leads me to I am so exhausted. I'm so tired from being in a car so long. I can hardly talk.
Is
So
that the flowers you're talking about, honey?
what?
The plant you're talking about, is that it in the photograph there?
Let me find you. I can't really see.
It doesn't say its scientific name, but it still says it's moonflower. It says it's moonflower.
That flower, yeah, the flower looks, yeah, and it has
They're like
big
they're
green
really
petals.
big.
Yes,
Yeah.
my flowers are like like platter size, and I have some all through my yard that grow
Cool.
naturally. And if the animals get into them, it can be, you know, not so good for them too. So,
When we were in Vegas, we went to the Omega Mart in Area 15. Well, that was so cool. It was like absolutely a 5-year-old to that. And there's a little bar in there, and we stopped to have a drink, and you know, it was a fruity drink, whatever. But they had this flower, it's this tiny little flower bud on a like a little sword, you know. And they're like, drink the drink first, and then eat the flower. And it numbs your mouth. It's like it was really cool. So of course I had to come home and buy some. And then on the half wall, my son's like, "What is that?" I said, "It's an edible flower. You want to try it?" It was pretty cool. It's actually really neat. I forget what it's called, but it like numbs your mouth and it changes the way things taste.
Hmm.
So yeah, it was very cool. I need this tiny bag downstairs. I can't wait to play with people with it.
Good night, Diane. Sweet dreams, sweetie. Give Ruth our love.
Jeez.
What happened to Honey?
I don't know. Everybody's disappearing.
She said she was really tired.
I'm tired. But
We're
I'm tired
supposed to
of
call it
my.
a night.
Okay, it sounds like a plan.
I'm going to bed. I'm gonna go within.
Yeah,
Go
I need to try to
within.
do that. Love
We'll
you
see where I
guys.
go tonight, and it causes 1,000 more questions.
Well, you know,
Have an awesome evening. It's always a
You
I
pleasure.
too.
love you guys.
I love you all.
I'm not going.
I
Yeah,
will
Love
keep
keep
you
you
all.
us.
posted.
Love and
I'll
light
keep
to
you
Keep
all.
us.
posted on the pictures. Let you know what's
Okay.
going on.
Keep us informed. Love
I
ya.
will.
Have
Good
Diane,
Safe
night.
fun.
travels, honey. Love you, honey.
Diane, tell Ruth I'm sending her all the energy I can.
Me too.
We'll
Oh,
have
excuse me.
we
Thank
need
you, Paul.
we need to set
No
up a
problem.
live. We need to set up a live where we get
Yeah.
Diane and Ruth up here and Yaya and everybody, and we all need to do the healing thing like we did
Mm-hmm.
before.
Yep, we do.
Sunday.
See you later, Bram.
You want to try
Night
to?
night.
Okay,
Yeah,
well
we'll
Blessed
try it
we'll
be.
get
Sunday.
together and figure it out.
Good
Okay.
night, everybody. Love y'all.
Good night.
Love
Love you
you.
all.
Bye.
Nice.